What's up, Herbalists? This is Mason, and you're watching HerbRally. Today's video is a super special one. It's over 5 hours of 10 of our closest HerbRally pals, where they're answering 10 questions. So 10 Herbalists answering 10 questions, and a lot of them come from the HerbRally audience, so thank you all for submitting questions. And this is in celebration of us hitting the 10,000 subscriber mark on YouTube. So very exciting. It was about 3 years ago that we started the channel. Didn't really have any specific subscriber goals or anything like that, but just felt like 10,000 was a special number, so we decided to do a special video. And you know what? As we're releasing this video, we're already over 11,000 subscribers. So, by the way, if you're not already subscribed to our HerbRally YouTube channel, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. We've been coming out with new videos 7 days a week recently, so if you like great herbal content, you're going to love this channel. Also, this video is, like I said, over 5 hours long. There are these amazing submissions by some of the most esteemed herbalists in our community, and many hours went into editing this video, as you probably would imagine. So if you could do me a huge favor, give this video a like. It really helps out the discoverability of the channel and the video and all that. I know you're going to get a ton of value, so thank you very much for hitting that like button. But I'd love to send out personal thank yous to each of the individual herbalists that have contributed to this video. That's Mimi Hernandez, Brigitte Mars, David Winston, Asia Dorsey, Chanchal Cabrera, Thomas Easley, Larken Bunce, Phyllis D. Light, Howie Brounstein, my OG herbal mentor, and last but not least, Lupo Passero. When we were close to that 10,000 subscriber mark, I reached out to some herbalists. It was these 10 right here, and they all responded with a resounding, heck yeah, I want to do that. And each one of them answered 10 questions from probably I probably sent them around 40 questions to choose from. It was fun to see the overlap of what the different ones they answered. So it's really cool to hear the different answers that they provide, but a lot of them chose their own unique questions. But there's just so much wisdom and information packed in this over 5 hour video, as you'd probably imagine. So I already asked you to like and subscribe the video. Thank you, by the way. The other thing that I would ask from you is please check out the description and the YouTube video for all of the links provided. We're going to leave different time stamps so you could jump around to see the different herbalist sections if you like, but also we're going to leave links to their respective books and websites and so on and so forth. And each one of these herbalists are up to some amazing projects. So please do and support the herbalist by going to their website, checking out what they're up to, and also feel free to follow them on YouTube or Instagram or all the above. And yeah, just show your love. Please leave in the comments below. Shout out and thanks to these herbalists for taking the time to give all of this incredible insight and wisdom. I'm just so honored and humbled that they did this. And that reminds me, that's the other thing that I wanted to make sure to say in this introduction is HerbRally is absolutely not the Mason show. It's not the Amanda show. What it really is a reflection of the larger herbal community, and that is you. Dear listener, dear watcher, dear contributor to the HerbRally community, HerbRally has always been about the herbal community as a whole, and I hope that we did a decent job at highlighting that kind of as a microcosm to the whole macrocosm, or is it the reverse of that? Anyways, you get the idea. HerbRally does not exist without the contributions from the herbal community, such as yourselves and these 10 phenomenal herbalists that contributed to this video. From the very beginning of the HerbRally podcast, it was herbal lectures from conferences, different herbalists contributing their lessons to the HerbRally podcast, to the YouTube channel, to the events page, all the above. So I just want to say thank you to all of you who have contributed to HerbRally, to have been a part of the community, to have attended events, to have just said hello and hung out with all of us, and just love each and every one of you. Thank y'all. And I really hope you get a lot out of this video. Again, share in the comments any particular takeaways that you really enjoyed, and I will see y'all very, very soon. Enjoy.
Hey everyone, I'm Mimi Prunella Hernandez, and I'm an herbalist. I'm a registered herbalist with the American Herbalist Guild. I've been an herbalist my whole life. I'm also the author of the National Geographic Herbal, and my website is mimiPrunellaHernandez.com. Congratulations, Mason, on 10,000 followers. I have 10 questions and responses here to go through. So the first one is, did you choose this path, or did the herbalist path choose you? And I have to say the herbalist path definitely chose me. I knew always that I was meant to pursue a career in healing. It's a calling, almost an obsession, that I couldn't ignore. And I'm so grateful for the opportunity to learn, grow, and share my knowledge with others. Being an herbalist is not just a career for me. It's a way of life that brings me immense joy and fulfillment. And I'm honored to have been chosen for that path. I'm so honored and grateful to have a passion in life and something that I can contribute to my community. What does being an herbalist mean to me in my life? Being an herbalist means empowerment. It's a vital part of my life. It empowers me to take care of myself and take care of those around me. It helps me, it gives me a skill set for self-care that's essential, I think, for every household. I'm able to empower my friends, my family, to take control of their health and their well-being. One thing that I do to practice my craft every day, this is funny because my husband laughs at me for having multiple drinks in front of me at all times, but I'm a big fan of drinking colorful drinks every day. In fact, I don't ever drink water. I drink infused waters, and I usually drink an assortment of them all the time. So I'm a fan of hydration. So this is elderberry infused water with nice and pink. This is my matcha shot for the afternoon slump. And this is my hibiscus water. Whatever brings your water some colorful vibrance, it just introduces your body to a buffet of phytochemicals to keep your tissues elastic and nourished and sustained. And you know, these are in many cases potent antioxidants that fight free radicals in your body and prevent chronic illness and chronic inflammation. So that is something that I tell all my clients, to drink colorful infused waters every day. What are my thoughts about the regulation of herbalists? And I do actually get this question a lot, especially since I was the executive director of the American Herbalist Guild for about 11 years. And actually, it's an organization that is not interested in regulation of herbalists, but I'm not in favor of regulation for herbalists. I do believe in the importance of excellence in herbal education, of a high degree of ethics in clinical practice. But I believe strongly that herbalists should have the freedom to practice their craft with a strong emphasis on hands-on plant knowledge and creativity. And there's just something really special to me about the gritty, hands-on herbalists who are deeply connected to the earth and unafraid to get dirty, experimenting in their kitchens. These herbalists have a special relationships with plants, advocating for nature and tending to communities. I believe that this grassroots, nature-centered approach is essential to the practice of herbalism and should be preserved and celebrated. I celebrate the hands-on, earth-grounded, kitchen-centric herbalists that families and communities need, and that doesn't need regulating. What is my vision for the dream and future of herbal medicine in the United States? To see a network of herbalists who actively engage in community care through house calls. I envision a shift from traditional practices where herbalists primarily wait for clients to come to them to a more proactive approach where herbalists actively reach out and offer healing remedies to those in need. I believe in the power of herbalists to make a positive impact by delivering personalized care baskets to neighbors in need. For example, if your neighbor has a cold, why not drop off some elderberry syrup, some nettle soup, some homemade lozenges, some fire cider on their doorstep? Your buddy called and she sprained her ankle. Well, I'm immediately grabbing some comfrey leaves, some Solomon seal oil, some bone broth, and maybe a sunflower leaf liniment in a cute little basket, and I'm heading to her doorstep to tend to her. So this is what I like to see: a culture of community care and proactive herbal medicine. My vision is to see herbalists playing a more active role in supporting the well-being of their neighbors and communities. And this vision, to me, aligns with the traditional roots of herbalism, emphasizing the importance of hands-on healing and connecting with others in a meaningful and impactful way. What is my favorite tool as an herbalist that I'm never without? Well, you've seen my plethora of mason jars. I've got shelves of jars for tinctures, for tonics, for syrups, for storage, for tea, for transporting soups to people in need. But beyond jars, so baskets and ball jars. Baskets, I always have baskets around. Always in my car. I've got an assortment of baskets of all sizes. This basket here is, I'm wilting some holy basil. I wish you could smell this, but I've always got baskets. In fact, one time I went to a grant writing workshop and a lot of university people were there, a lot of business people were there, and I walk in with my basket and my ball jar because I have tea in the ball jar, and I've got, my notes and my notebooks and my laptop in my basket. And I look around the room and everyone's got briefcases and, Stanley thermoses, and I'm just like, oh, can you spot the herbalist in the room? Baskets and ball jars. How do I balance traditional herbal knowledge with modern scientific advancement in my practice? So along my path as an herbalist, from an early stage, I strive to balance traditional herbal knowledge with modern science and intuitive awareness. To me, this integration of principles has been a guiding light in my work and throughout my career. I find that this integration allows me to have a deeper impact on the clients, on the students, because what I saw early on is that students and clients are coming to me and they're coming from different walks of life. And some of them carry the science language and they want you to speak that language, to convince them, to encourage them in that language, using research, using studies, using citations. But other clients, other students come from a traditional lens. They want to hear the stories. They want to know about the cultures. They want to talk about what plant that was that their grandma used to make to help them. And then, also I get people who are deeply sensitive in my practice and in my classroom, people who are very in touch with nature, and maybe they don't need an actual herb to consume. Maybe their healing is sitting by a tree and listening. And so for me, I find it makes more of a difference if I can meet students and meet clients halfway on their language path, and it just makes me a more well-rounded herbalist. And I like to also discern where my herbal knowledge is coming from. So I'm always considering, am I using this herb because I read it in a study, or because what my grandmother taught me, or because it's something that popped up in a meditation. So I'm always considering different avenues of evidence, and all three of those in my mind are balanced forms of evidence for herbs. Name an herb that I have found for a condition that's different from what we usually use them for. All right, frozen blueberries. Often, you know, we consider frozen blueberries or berries in general for a tonic, for the juice or the fruit that we eat, for anti-inflammatory properties, for building brain health, for cognition, for you know, blood sugar. But I also love using frozen berries topically. I've used frozen berry poultices a lot for burns and irritations, especially in delicate areas like in the genitourinary area. You can take a frozen berry slurry and put it on a pad, and it's just so refreshing, and it pulls out inflammation and it relieves itching, and it just really encourages healing and blood flow. And so I've also found that, you know, taking frozen berries and putting them in the mouth for canker sores or sensitive gums, or maybe a kid just lost his tooth and it's bleeding a lot, so you pack that with a frozen berry. Maybe I bit my tongue, or, you know, recently I had one of those little swollen taste buds, and I just like put a frozen berry on there, and it just really helps soothe things. So I'm a big fan of topical frozen berries. A lot of people have frozen berries in their freezer, so you know, use what you got. Who do I go to for health advice? I actually have 2 clinical herbalists that I see for various reasons. I think it's really essential for herbalists to have herbalists and support herbalists. One reason is, like, for me personally, when I'm coming down with something, or I'm sick, or I'm confronting some kind of health crisis, all my knowledge goes out the window. I'm kind of lost. I'm too sluggish to think about something. So I need someone to bring me herbs. I need someone to tell me what to do. Or if I'm confronting some kind of more complex and chronic situation, I need accountability. I need someone to put me on a protocol. So I have 2 clinical herbalists that I really value in different ways for health advice. The last question is perfect for right now because it's asking me what nutrient-dense snacks I like to make. So, and it's snack time around here. And I love to make these very nutrient-dense crackers, which I'm happy to show off. It's a combination of sunflower seeds and pumpkin seeds and chia seeds and flax seeds. And I put poppy seeds from the garden, coriander seeds that I harvested just a while back. Sometimes I put herbs. These have oregano in them right from the garden that I harvested this morning. And you can also roll powders in there. So this is my favorite snack to munch on when I need to sustain my energy. Thank you, everyone. This has been so much fun. Congratulations to HerbRally. Once again, I'm Mimi Prunella Hernandez, joining you from the Ponderland in Western North Carolina, foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains. Don't forget to find me and my book at mimiprunellahernandez.com.
Greetings, I'm Brigitte Mars. I'm on my porch in downtown Boulder, Colorado. I'm an herbalist, author. I teach herbal medicine at Naropa University. I have 18 books out, and I'm so delighted to share some information on this path of herbal wisdom with you all. So I will take some of the questions early on and state them. So we get to pick 10 questions. So I pick, what is the first plant you remember having a relationship with as a child? I would say flax seeds. I had this wonderful French-Canadian grandmother, and she kept a jar of flax seeds on the kitchen counter. And every day, all the relatives would come by and eat a handful of flax seeds. And she attributed the essential oils in there, or the essential fatty acids in there, to be good for your hair, your skin, your nails, keep you regular. And one time, she and I found a little wounded bird in the woods, and she fed it flax seeds, and a few days later it was able to fly away. And I said, I want to know more about these herbs. I must have been 3 or 4, And I just recently wrote a book on the runes with Uba McLean, and Wanjo is one of the ancient plants, flax. And did you know that flax, as my grandmother pointed out, not only was this wonderful medicinal seed, but that you could make linen out of it, les grains de lin, that's how you say flaxseed en français, les grains de lin. The flax fibers were spun into a thread and then woven or turned into lace to make linen. And then she also pointed out that the new linoleum floor was made from the oil of the linseed or the flaxseed. Cool, huh? Flax, linum. I love this question about what are some of my favorite nutrient-dense snacks. So, something that I make, especially when I'm in the mode of writing, is raw cacao nibs. Maybe I put some blueberries in there, which are good for your eyes. Maybe a sprinkle of bee pollen, perhaps a spoon of tahini for calcium and good fats for your brain, good for your bones. And maybe you could add a little maca powder to there, maybe a little maple syrup. And if it's too hard and crunchy from the cacao nibs, just add a little water. I do like that. And I eat that with a spoon, and I can just face piles of trials with smiles, as the Moody Blues said. Another snack I might not use it when I'm writing unless I'm really going soul deep in that kind of writing. Then I might need to eat some blue popcorn with good quality olive oil drizzled on it, nutritional yeast, maybe even Celtic salt with some herbs like rosemary, and if you don't mind getting blue teeth, some spirulina. Just wipe your mouth before you go out. If I were to have one more, I would say bananas with almond butter is always good, or apples with almond butter. Those are some of my favorite nutrient-dense snacks. And of course, eating flowers and leaves as you walk around in nature is like some of the best superfoods. Eating things so fresh, they just go right into you. And I try to top things off with a few broccoli sprouts. How did I begin to mold my herbal path as a teacher? And what were my first teaching experiences like? So the first classes I did were for my daughter's brownie troops. I have two daughters, Sunflower Sparkle Mars, who's a preschool teacher, and Rainbow Harmony Mars, who has been an international model, yogini, actress, and activist. Google her. And of course I would do things with them, and then I would do things with their brownie troops. And then of course after brownie troops it was like, church ladies and things that felt really easy, and domains of friends. And then I distributed a multi-level thing, Shackley, for a while, so I learned to put on little presentations for people talking about the benefits of different supplements and biodegradable cleaning products. That was good practice. So I worked in a natural food store starting in the early 80s called Pearl Street Market, the first incarnation of Alfalfa's Market, if you've ever heard of that legendary store. And I was about to give it up as like an herbalist. I was making minimum wage bagging brown rice at a health food store. And John Hay, one of the founders of Celestial Seasonings, got me a gig being the herbalist for this wonderful natural food store that had a bulk herb department. And their problem was they didn't sell enough bulk herbs to make the space worth it. And I realized that people who already shop in the natural food store often know about some of the herbs. And I thought, I need to take it out there. I need to educate my community about plants. So then I started doing a radio show called Naturally. And I've had that show going on for like 40 years. But I felt that's a way to teach the community. And then they'll come in, and it's a volunteer thing, but it's only like 3 minutes, but I might talk about herbs for allergies or herbal aphrodisiacs or the health benefits of microdosing or lemon balm, or don't spray the dandelions. So that's a way of teaching. But so I started teaching at Naropa University, even though I didn't have credentials. It wasn't that kind of school. They said, leave your credentials at the door, we care what you do. Started by Chongen Rinpoche. So teaching there. And then at the health food store, I started, being able to give my flyers out about other classes. I started teaching in my home. And at first it was just like, 4 people around the coffee table. And then I realized wherever I went, I wanted to lead herb walks. So one of the things I would do is maybe go a day ahead of time and, study up, walk around. I have to tell you, I won a trip with Bioforce, the Swiss herb company, for mentioning their name, Bioforce, makers of Santa Sapina cough lozenges with pine syrup. But I won a trip to go to Switzerland, and I was like, oh, I won't know the plants from there. I live in Colorado, and there were so many of the similar plants. But wherever I am, if I'm going to do an herb walk, I'll try to schedule the last day so I can learn as many plants as I am. It's a work in progress. And one of my friends once said, to learn a subject well, offer to teach a class in it. And again, one time someone even asked me to teach a class on plant poisons, and I don't really use those. But it was for a mystery writers group, and I thought, well, that's a challenge. I'm going to research it and put it together so they don't poison the wrong person with the wrong side effects or the wrong, antidotes. So I always step up to a challenge. And teaching, it's not just about you, it's about offering this information for the people and the planet and the plants. And this is, as crazy as the world is, it's like we can all do something, and just teaching people about the plants, even if it's, an herb walk around your neighborhood. I live right downtown. I don't drive. I walk everywhere. My life is an herb walk. I'm always, scouting out where the wild things grow. But, teach everyone. And, consider writing articles for magazines or podcasts. That's a way of teaching too. It doesn't have to be a classroom thing. You could be filming from, in your own domain. So hopefully that gives you a few answers. I'm here to share what is the one thing I do daily to practice my craft? Well, I do think if I'm going to give health advice to others, I should be in good health myself. And so there's a lot of different things that I do on a daily basis. One that I almost always do is a Taoist exercise called the deer, which is said to be youthening and invigorating to the hormones. I do that. It's in my book, The Sexual Herbal. I also, of course, floss my teeth and brush my teeth. Often drink lemon and water, try to drink a green juice, a salad, take an aromatherapy bath, stand on my head, do yoga, clean something, do some feng shui. And I'll share something with you. I don't get to do all those things every day. So except brush my teeth and do the deer. So I made a list of all the healthy things I could do in a day's time. A big long list, and I don't have time to do that. But what if I made a list of all the healthy things I could do in a day's time, and then wrote the days of the week and tried to do 7 to 10 of those a day? Then at the end of the week, you feel like, whoa, I did so many healthy things. So those are things that I do on a daily basis. Take supplements, drink herbal tea, read something, speak affirmatively. I try to do things for every chakra. Take a walk, eat wild food. So, this technique probably worked in elementary school, where you had a chart on the fridge, make your bed, empty the dishwasher, set the table. So you could do a health chart. I love that. Blessed be. This one's about some ideas on running a clinical practice. So I always ask clients to keep a food journal for a few days before they come. Not only what you eat, but sometimes when you eat is good. When I see someone, eating their main meal at midnight and wondering why they can't sleep and have digestive problems, that could be a problem. I also ask people to bring in any drugs, herbs, or vitamins that they're using. I don't need to see their oregano or their weed, but you know what I mean. Things that acupuncturists, chiropractors, NDs, MDs have recommended. I want to see all that. I also welcome them to bring in a list of questions. It's also great, I used to just say this to women, but to men too, please don't wear fingernail polish, because I really like to look at people's hands, and the health of our nails can tell us a lot of things. So I usually welcome people with a cup of tea, and I always keep a record of what I recommended to them. Maybe you said 1 drop and they thought you said a dropper full, or vice versa. Maybe you said like 1 grain of bee pollen and they thought you meant 1 teaspoon of bee pollen. So keep a record for yourself. I always ask people to let me know how it works for them, but keeping track. I also encourage people not to wear makeup, because that could really change the way that you see them. So again, a little makeup might not be a big deal, but we want to be able to look at people. I always ensure people are going to have confidentiality, that I'm not going to talk about them to their, friends that I know or housemates. So those are just a few ideas on running a clinical practice. All the best. What are some of the wonderful things about being an herbalist? Well, you get to help people, help plants, help the planet, help the creator, make a living. They're not burning us anymore. You get to help your family, you get to save money, save water, save the bees. Seems like a good idea to me. How does an herbalist retain so much information regarding clinical herbalism, and how do you share it? Okay, so learning things. Well, I do believe that most herbalists are sort of bibliomaniacs. Yes, we love books, and of course I know there's a lot of things online, but I love books. So what I do is I read. I just wrote this book on herbs and ruins called Healing from the Tree, and 2 other authors wrote in it too. So I always highlight in yellow what's important. Okay, so I love to highlight in yellow, because yellow is the color of cerebral stimulus. But I want to share that I went to massage school, class of 77, Boulder School of Massage Therapy, and I had all these wonderful notes, not only in herbalism, which I studied with Win Smith, and also with William Lesaussier, who was teaching outside of the school, but I also had classes on acupressure and 5-element theory and nutrition and anatomy and physiology. And I realized that all those notes were just in notebooks, and will I ever look at those again? So when I was still quite young and my children were young and napping, I would copy all the notes that I had from school and organize it onto file cards. And I realized that, probably people would do this on computers now, but that act of transcribing my notes onto file cards and maybe organizing it like herbs for arthritis, diet for arthritis, homeopathy for arthritis. So I did that. And again, I will quote something I said in another one of these segments. The best way to learn a subject well is to offer to teach a class on it, but also to write an article on it. So let's say when I was going to massage school, if I had a paper to write, which you inevitably do, I would, because one of my daughters had asthma at the time, I wrote every paper like, 5-element theory for the lungs, the metal element, or nutrition for respiratory health, or herbs for respiratory health. So I really think that those are a couple learning techniques. I do read a lot, again, with a yellow highlighter. I love learning. If I'm at a festival, I'm going to take other people's classes, not just teach my own. And I read other people's books, and I read every issue of Herbalgram. I even read in the bathtub. You might say that, being an herbalist can be a little bit nerdy. And I want you to know that I have a phone app called I plant, letter I, plant with Brigitte Mars. It won't be the first thing that comes up, so make sure you do I plant with Brigitte Mars. And it's a phone app where it has wonderful pictures of the plants by Martin Wall, along with a lot of the text that's in my book, The Desktop Guide to Herbal Medicine, and it tells you, what can you do with chickweed or plantain or andrographis? Is it edible? Is it safe for pregnant women? I plant with Brigitte Mars. So, this is a subject that you can study your whole life. Isn't that interesting? And then if you master Western herbalism, you can integrate, other cultures, Asian and Native American and Ayurveda. It's so vast. And wherever you go, you want to learn the plants. So usually wherever I go, I either bring a book with me, or I buy a book at the airport, Wildflowers of Costa Rica. I also use the phone app Picture This. It's not free, it's $20 a year, probably more by now, but Picture This, I take pictures of everything. It even works in the jungles of Colombia on a bridge in the middle of nowhere. So Picture This and I plant. Keep learning your whole life. It's amazing. And this is a subject that takes a long time to get really good at. So if you want to be an herbalist, get ready to be kind of a nerd that gets to wear cool clothes and hang out with the flowers. What is my favorite way to introduce herbs to children? Well, if you have children and they have a health ailment, and we know you love your children, then you try it out on them. You try out the peppermint tea or the chamomile or the lemon balm or some of those children-friendly herbs, and by healing those that you love so very much and would never impair or imperil their lives, that's a great way to get started, of course. My daughter Sunflower and I ran an herb camp for kids for a number of years before either of my daughters were moms, and we taught them things like herbal crafts, like study spray with rosemary oil in it, and bath salts with lavender essential oil. They were all initiated into making nettle soup. We learned to embroider flower fairies and elves. There was all kinds of herbal things that we did. We made herbal tea slushies with a little ice chopping machine. We made popsicles using fruit juice. Another time in an after-school program called Herbal Wizardry for Kids, we did things like making ice cream by pouring maple syrup on snow, stuff like that. So I do have a CD out called Herbal Wizardry for Kids. It's also downloadable. But I will share that when my kids were young, they inevitably would say, "Hey Mom, I need some money." And I said, "Okay, I'll give you a quarter for every plant you can identify, 50 cents if you know the Latin name, and $1 if you can tell me 3 uses." And both my daughters, Sunflower and Rainbow, do use herbs right now. Rainbow has written a book called the 21-Day Superstar Cleanse, and Sunflower works at Sunflower Preschool. What is your favorite herb that you use most often? Well, sometimes I get asked, if you were going to another planet, what 3 herbs would you bring? And I usually say dandelion. Wrote a book on that, Dandelion Medicine. Nettles, Nettle Power is another book I wrote. I love those 2 herbs. Absolutely. Food, medicine, so many things. And then I would have to be honest and say I would bring cannabis. And I remember one time Terry Willard's son Yarrow was asking Roy Upton and me, what herb would you bring if you were going to another planet? And Roy said coconut, and I said cannabis. And coconut is definitely very useful. It is the largest seed on the planet, but it doesn't grow everywhere. So if we're going extraterrestrially, we would like something that could grow on most continents. And I do know that hemp or cannabis grows very easily, and we can make food, fuel, paper, fabric, medicine, animal bedding, hempcrete, so many things. So whether you or not, it is a herb that could really help regrow civilization. Sometimes I say overgrow the government. Okay, those are my 3 herbs: dandelion, nettles, and cannabis. And those are all herbs that I do use. nettle tea. I love overnight infusion, and we eat all kinds of dandelion things, dandelion cake, dandelion muffins. Check out the recipes in my books. And fortunately, I love that none of those things are really endangered in the wild, you know, if you know what I mean. Okay, peace and blessings. How did I become an herbalist? Well, as a child, I really loved books about herbalists, and sometimes the herbalists were witches. I do remember The Witch of Blackbird Pond by Elizabeth George Spear had a big influence on me. And often there were herbal potions, but because of the influence of my French-Canadian grand-mère and her use of folk remedies, not only did she use things like garlic and cabbage, flax seeds, plantain, she also read tea leaves and palms and could predict the weather. So even in like probably middle school, whenever I had a paper due, rather than just writing about something, I would pick a subject so I could maybe learn about herbs. So for French class, I would write les plantes médicinales pendant la Révolution, you know, like herbs used during the Revolution, the French Revolution. Or maybe I would write plantas medicinales de Mexico for Spanish. I think it's Jedi to be multilingual, and of course helps with all those Latin names. For chemistry, I wrote about phytochemistry. So I would choose my subject to write about to be a way to learn more about plant medicine. And again, I've mentioned how I always would highlight in yellow. And I went to massage school, and that gave me a good foundation to know about herbs and anatomy and physiology and pathology and all that. And all of those healing arts, reflexology, because I don't just do herbs. I do, you know, a little bit of all of it, color therapy, aromatherapy. But I lived 2.5 years in a teepee, pretty much off of wild edible plants. And this was in the early 70s. And I'll tell you, nothing like hunger will get you motivated to learn what is growing around you. So I did all that. And then I have shared in another episode how I, you know, worked in natural food stores and then ended up becoming the herbalist for a really large natural food store called Alfalfa's Market for 20 years. So I loved having a job where you could learn and demo a different tea and order the herbs and, you know, learn their quality. But this is a subject that you never stop learning. So every time I offer to teach a class on something, I will, you know, research it. And, you know, just because I've taught a class such as natural remedies for mental and emotional health, I don't want to do the same thing over and over again. I'm going to continue to polish that craft. So I just, you know, kept doing it. And I remember standing in the Rocky Mountain Center for Botanical Studies, a school started by Feather Jones, and I'm teaching a class and I'm making good money and just a few blocks from my house, and I thought, yes, this is a dream come true. I am a herbalist. Yay. You know, because teaching others really helps you stay on top of your game. And I also want to share the first time I taught a class at an herbal conference. Who was in the audience? Michael Tierra, Chris Hobbs, David Hoffman, and David Winston. Oh my God, like, you know, all teachers that I really love and respect. But I figured if I can do my first big class with them in the audience, and again, there was a question I couldn't answer, so I gave it over to one of my mentors, Michael Tierra. So have fun on this journey. Blessed be. What are some things that I might recommend for ADHD? Or attention deficit hyperactivity disorder? It seems like a lot of people of all ages have that. Well, I do think about what's the cause of it, and very often kids who've had a lot of antibiotics, maybe for ear infections or strep throat, often develop food sensitivities, and the kids that had a lot of those problems are often the ones that have ADHD later on. So we want to think about nourishing the gut microbiome, maybe taking a probiotic. And I would also look at what food sensitivities the person might have. We know that sensitivities and allergens can cause inflammation in the gut, in the joints, in the skin, but also in the brain. And I might recommend things like asking, what does the person crave the most? Very often it's what they crave the most. Dairy, wheat, corn, soy, peanut butter, they're all common allergens. So I might recommend a fish oil supplement. And it's interesting because a lot of the drugs that are given for ADHD are kind of speedy, things like Ritalin and Adderall. So you might try sedative herbs like valerian, or even, which is used a lot in Europe, but you might also try gentler children's herbs like chamomile, passion flower, catnip. But you might also try some stimulating herbs to help focus, like green tea or yerba mate. I think I said a fish oil supplement. There's also vegan sources made from freshwater algae. I would even think of, decorating the home in a more calm scenario, using colors like blue, not like Star Wars sheets and overstimulation. I would play slower music. Also, things like flickering lights. I'd be careful of fluorescent lights, which are often in schools. I might even think about, it's so much easier if one person has to be on a special diet if the whole family does it. You don't want to be one of those people who says, you get the beige cupcakes and you get the pink cupcakes with the flowers on them. So we want, actually everyone can have pink cupcakes if you use dragon fruit for color, or beet powder. Anyways, just saying. So calmer music, less flickering lights, herbal supplements, tranquil environment, meditation, martial arts might also be a good practice. CBD, I know that might not be available for everybody, but CBD is also proving to be very helpful. Sometimes you have to try a few things to see what's going to work, and work it might be, but the idea that you're getting healthier, stronger, and not being medicated for decades seems like a great way to raise a child and take care of yourself. So this is for the question, how does one deal with the business side of herbalism? So, lots of ways. I'm a big believer in having multiple streams of income. Not only does it make life very interesting, but if something falls through, then you have many other avenues. So I work in a retail store called Alive and Well, and they are so open to all the herbalists, naturopaths, acupuncturists that work there, passing out their flyers. It's also a great thing, I find, that for all the people that randomly call me that think I'm a 1-800 dial an herbalist person, which I'm not, I can tell them, it's free to come talk to me every Monday at the store. I also love that I get constant trainings and that I'm paying taxes that are withdrawn automatically. And I'm always learning. I love that. And get lots of free samples. I also get to hear feedback from people about what works. That's one thing I do, work in a retail store. I also have a private practice, and I'm here in my office right now, and I'm very much about, I have a wealth corner, which is over here. I have all the books I've written in my wealth corner. This is reputation. I have all my diplomas there. So I have a private practice. That's another method. I also write books. I don't get really rich writing the books, but I do get some great speaking gigs. I sell a little bit of doTERRA essential oils. My daughter Rainbow is very successful at selling doTERRA essential oils. I teach classes at many different places. And sometimes I do things for free. The radio show I do for free. So as far as a business, again, multiple streams of income, activate your wealth corner, which is the furthest diagonal to the left from your main door. What do you have there? Maybe you want to have a little bank there or some, beautiful art. I think it's always good to have business cards out and flyers out. I mean, there's so many opportunities to free promotion. And Of course, it started out, helping family and friends. And of course, as you continue in this path, you can give your friends a discount. I'm also a psychedelic sitter, and I'm also an end-of-life doula. I keep my prices really fair for that. I've always liked the saying, if you give more than you promise, people will be pleased. If you promise more than you give, people will be disappointed. So we want people to be pleased. So, be willing to promote yourself. Just because you graduate from an herb school doesn't mean that people are going to call you. So you have to be willing to go out and constantly using all the avenues to promote what you do. What about writing a column in a magazine or a newspaper? I've certainly done that. I used to have a column called Ask Dr. Root in the LA Free Press. So think of it as far as business, like every opportunity you get to share this herbal wisdom is an opportunity for growth and evolution. Gets to help people and the planet. What a great way to make a living.
I'm David Winston. I am a clinical herbalist and ethnobotanist, and I am passionate about plants. I fell in love with plants about 55 years ago and never looked back. And even though in that time frame it was hard to learn about plants, I have spent, as I said, 55 years learning everything I possibly can. I am a clinical herbalist. I also am an author of the book, well, several books, but the one that's probably best known is Adaptogens, Herbs for Strength, Stamina, and Stress Relief. I have a 2-year herb studies program called the David Winston Center for Herbal Studies, which is now going into its 45th and 46th year. And more information, if you're interested, you can go to herbstudies.net and find out more about me there. I also have an herb company, Herbalist and Alchemist, and you can find out more about those amazing products at herbalist-alchemist.com. And so today for HerbRally, I've been asked to answer some questions. And so let's start with the easy one. Some of these may have significantly long answers. And it says, which herb have you found useful for a condition that is different from what we commonly understand and accept as its healing property? And how do you use it? I can answer this question in a couple of ways. First off, we have herbs where one part of the plant is well known, let's say nettle leaf. And nettle leaf, of course, is a remarkable herb. It has aquaretic effects. That means a non-irritating potassium-sparing diuretic. It is rich in minerals, so it builds bone, it builds blood, as in Chinese medicine. It's a shu tonic. It also helps to stop minor capillary bleeding. To quote my dear friend David Hoffman, he says, when in doubt, use nettles. I can't do it with his accent, but he's absolutely right. So nettle leaf is an amazing herb. Now, some people know that nettle root can also be used, and the nettle root is primarily used for treating benign prostatic hyperplasia, BPH, in older men. But I would also say there's at least some preliminary evidence suggesting it may also slow the progression, possibly, or even possibly inhibit the development of prostatic cancer. But one of my favorite parts of nettle is nettle seed. And nettle seed came to me probably 35 years ago. I was out by my old barn at my farm, and it was a typically late New Jersey summer day, and it was hot, it was humid, it was probably 92 degrees, about 122% humidity, or at least it felt like 122% humidity. And I'm in the shade, sitting in the barn, by the barn, and I'm thinking about a patient of mine who had glomerular nephritis, and I had put her on the Romania 6 formula, and that will help plateau people with degenerative kidney disease. And it will work for a year and a half, maybe 2 years if you're really lucky. And she'd been on it for about a year and 3 or 4 months, and her EGFR, her estimated glomerular filtration rate, started to drop. after being stable for about a year and 3 months. And I knew it wasn't going to be working anymore. And I felt really bad because, she had been to every place and every place. And the problem is, for a lot of the people who come to see us, we're not their first choice. Now, these days, sometimes we are, but back then, this would have been in the early 80s, I think, or maybe mid 80s. Back then, often herbalists were the last choice, meaning they had tried everything else, and out of desperation, they wound up coming to find you. And so I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, I have nothing left to offer. And, if I felt like I had somebody I could refer her to that might have some options for her, that would have been fine. But I didn't. I just couldn't think of anybody who had anything more than I had to offer that she hadn't tried already. And all of a sudden, in the background, I had this big nettles patch, and the nettle plant starts waving. And I look around, and it is still. There is not a breeze to be had. And I'm thinking, oh, is there a bird in there, a squirrel, or chipmunk, or whatever? And so I stand up and walk over, expecting something to fly away or run away. And instead, in my head, I hear, I can help her. So I'm taken aback a bit. And then I stop and I look at the plants. And, nettles, late August, the leaves are all bug-eaten and they don't look healthy. And I'm thinking to myself, well, nettle leaf, first off, it's the wrong time of year to gather nettle leaf. And secondly, nettle leaf is an amazing herb, and it definitely helps with hematuria. So, bleeding from the kidney or the bladder, but it's not I don't think it's going to be strong enough or effective enough to treat something like glomerular nephritis, which is an autoimmune disease of the kidney. And then I hear, not my leaves, my seeds, and they kind of rustle. So as soon as I could pick my jaw off the ground and put it back into place, I thought about it for a second. I said, what did I have to lose? So I went back to the house. I got a jar. I got, gloves and everything. And I picked a whole bunch of nettle seed. And I made a tincture out of it. And I let it, tincture, took a couple of weeks. And, the only thing I knew about nettle seed at this point, and this is why I felt some certain level of comfort, I'd never heard of it being used for medicine, although later I went and found out that Maud Greaves, Modern Herbal, she does mention some uses for it, but not a lot. But I had read that it was used in Europe as an emergency food when people were starving. They'd grind it up and make sort of a flour or a gruel out of it and eat it. So I knew it wasn't toxic. So I called up my patient and I told her about this, and I told her that it was highly experimental, but if she wanted to try it, I was pretty, confident that there would be no negative effects. And she said, look, you've helped me as much as anybody else has been able to help me. I trust you. I'll try it. So she tries it. And within 3 months, her EGFR is back to 18. In 6 months, her EGFR is at 20. At 9 months, her EGFR is at 23 or 24. Her nephrologist says to her, what are you doing? And she says, oh, yeah, I'm going to see this herbalist. I'm taking this herb. And he's like, no, I don't want to even hear this. Just keep doing what you're doing, which to me is a very bizarre response, but nevertheless. At a year, she's at 28. Her EGFR is at 28, and the nettle seed kept her EGFR at between 26 and 28 for 12 years. And she died 12 years later of something totally unrelated to the kidneys. And, if her progression of her kidney disease had gone on the way it normally would have, within a year when she started the nettle seed, if that hadn't occurred, she would have been on dialysis, and the average life expectancy with dialysis is about 5 years. And that was the first time. And so nettle seed to me is just this remarkable kidney trophorestorative. A trophorestorative, think of it as food for a tissue or an organ. Remarkable. That's one example. I'll just give you a few other quick ones. Another one where there's a part of a plant that's not commonly used is mullein. And everybody knows mullein leaf. A lot of people use mullein flower, but what about mullein root? You gather the root in the autumn of the first year because it's a biennial. And mullein root is wonderful for facial nerve pain. And it also has benefit for things like benign prostatic hyperplasia, urinary frequency, urinary leakage, things like that as well, for whatever gender. Then I'll just mention things like saw palmetto. And everybody thinks, oh, saw palmetto is the prostate herb. We were just talking about prostate problems. And I will agree that saw palmetto has some benefit for benign prostatic hyperplasia. But the reality is, and this is funny because we were just talking about nettle root, the combination of saw palmetto and nettle root together, by the way, are more effective than either one by themselves. But saw palmetto as a single remedy is kind of disappointing. I mean, yeah, it helps a little bit, but most people who are taking it, they'll go like, yeah, it helped a little bit, but it's not that impressive. And if you want something impressive, you combine it with other herbs like the nettle root and white sage, maybe some collinsonia, some Biden's leaf. But when saw palmetto was introduced into Western medical practice in 1877 by Dr. Reed from Savannah, Georgia, it wasn't introduced as a remedy for benign prostatic hyperplasia. It was introduced as a remedy for people who had cachexia, for people who were undernourished, underfed, people who, when they got pneumonia, especially elderly people, got pneumonia and they lost a lot of weight and they couldn't gain their weight back. That was what saw palmetto was originally introduced for. And in fact, I wrote a book, I think it came out, I don't know, in the 90s. It was called Saw Palmetto for Men and Women. And the whole point of the book was saw palmetto has been sort of pigeonholed into this, it's the prostate herb. It's not. It's a herb that has benefits for many things, including the prostate. It can also be used for women. It can be used for things like deep cystic acne. It can be used for PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome. Works very nicely along, again, with other herbs. And so it is really an herb that has many benefits. It's also been shown to enhance immune function. So it is also a lung chi tonic for people who have dry, irritated, weak lungs. And so again, a marvelous herb. And so be careful about allowing herbs to become pigeonholed into a little sound bite of information like black cohosh is the menopause herb. Again, most women who take black cohosh for menopausal symptomology are going to be underwhelmed because it's not that great by itself. Combine it with some Vitex, chase tree, and some motherwort, a little licorice, a little sage. Now you got something serious. So it really helps reduce symptoms. But, when we look at black cohosh, one of the things the eclectics talked about it being used for was for what they call muscular arthralgia. Today we call it fibromyalgia. And so along with herbs like ashwagandha and white peony, it can be really useful for helping to relieve things like fibromyalgia pain. And so again, most herbs that people are comfortable with and familiar with, we often know a little piece of what they do. And I doubt there are very many herbs out there that don't have many more uses than are commonly known and many more uses that anyone knows. And so for me, it's always, what do you know about an herb? Hopefully is going to be different 5 years from now than what you know now. All right, so long answer to a short question. So it says, what are some great herbs for stress relief tea? Well, for stress relief, I especially like our nervines. If we were in the UK, it would be nervines. So nervines are not sedatives. They are nerve tonics. They help to restore the emotional foundation. But we're talking about tea here. So not everything makes a great tea. One of my favorite nervines is fresh oat, but the eclectics were very clear that fresh oat loses most of its activity when it's dried. So that means you're going to make a tincture out of the fresh plant or a glycerate out of the fresh plant. And so once you've dried it, you've lost a lot of activity. So I'm not going to be using it in a tea form. So some of my favorite, and for tea herbs, one of the biggest challenges as a clinician is compliance. So if you have, you can tell patients all sorts of things, or clients, whichever you prefer. But if they don't do it, I can't tell you how many times people, said, well, what can I use for this? And I may say, well, try this, try that. And you see them 6 months later, a year later, oh, how's it going? Did you try that? Oh yeah, I bought it, but it's, I haven't taken it. I have news for you. Herbs don't work very well unless you actually use them. So whether it's ingesting them, whether it's putting them topically, whatever you're doing with it, you actually have to use it. So nervines, if you want people to drink tea, there are people who will take anything, it's true. But mostly make sure it tastes good because that helps prevent people from going, oh, I tried it, but it's just gross tasting. Most people, elecampane, they think it tastes horrible. There's always one person in every group that says, oh, I love the taste of elecampane, but that's almost pathological. And so I'm joking, it's not. So nice tasting nervines, chamomile, linden flower, which tastes delicious, lemon balm. So a combination, equal parts of chamomile, linden flower, and lemon balm is a great base for helping to relieve stress. And then I would add to that two calming adaptogens. Some adaptogens are stimulating, some are calming, et cetera. There are different types of adaptogens. And so two calming adaptogens, and both of these fit into the category, they're not well-researched adaptogens. So the first one is a Chinese herb called jiaogulan, which is a Gynostema pentaphyllum, and it's easy to grow because many of your adaptogens, like a ginseng, they're not easy to grow. But jiaogulan, Gynostema, is really easy to grow. It's in the Cucurbitaceae family, the cucumber family. And if you're in the South, it stays green all year round. Here up north, it dies back, but comes back in the spring, and it can grow fast. There are two varieties. One is sweet with a bitter aftertaste, and one is bitter with a sweet aftertaste. And really depends on just how the level of bitterness. Personally, I think the bitter one with a sweet aftertaste is probably more medicinally active, but either one is going to work. And because of that sweetness, even though there's some bitterness there, that's actually nice in a tea. And again, it's a calming adaptogen, helps lower blood pressure, helps reduce anxiety. And of course, our nervines also have anxiolytic effects. And then I would add to that what I would call a probable adaptogen, meaning there's just not quite as much research on the well-researched adaptogens, of which there are only 8 or 9 of, and that would be holy basil. And holy basil is anxiolytic, it's antidepressant, it is, in my opinion, more than likely an adaptogen, and it tastes good. And so a combination of these 5 herbs, probably about equal parts, you can make it into a hot tea and drink it hot, you could ice it, and it would be delicious. And if somebody's like, I want a little more flavor, you could add a pinch of cinnamon, or you could add a little bit of ginger. They won't take away from its effect. They just might add a little bit more flavor. So that's my answer to the next question. The next question is, what is the first plant you remember having a relationship with as a kid? And the simple answer to that is plantain. Although, when I was 4 or 3 or 5, somewhere in that time frame, when I was using it, I had no idea of its name, nor had anyone ever shown it to me. So one day, I'm out in the backyard, and I have one of those like plastic bins, and I'm picking just plantain leaves, the round leaf plantain. I'm picking plantain leaves, and then I added a little bit of water, and I had a rock, and I'm mashing it up into a mush. And my mother comes out and she goes to me, "What are you doing?" I mean, because I'm kind of getting it all over me and everything because I'm smashing it with the rock. And I said, "Oh, I'm making medicine. This is good if you get a cut or a boo-boo or a bug bite or whatever." And my mother just shakes her head and just says to me, "Well, just make sure you don't eat it." Nobody told me this. I don't really remember. I mean, I was 4 or 5 probably. Yeah, probably 4 or 5. I just remember my sense was that the plant told me that it was good for those things and I could do it. And so that's my first memory of really getting to know a plant. Now, the next one that I would, and there were, I learned about wild, blackberries, and I would pick the fruits and things like that. Right behind me, there was a farm, and, I used to play in the woods there all the time. But the next thing that was really eventful for me, I was probably about 11 years old, 11. And for the only time in my life, I was a Boy Scout or a Cub Scout, not for very long, but they had a camp that you would go to. And it was the first time I went away from home without my parents. I was like 11 years old. And for the most part, I didn't really enjoy it very much. The older kids weren't very nice. Like, you'd go in the shower and they'd steal your clothes, stuff like that. Anyway, but there was a counselor who obviously knew a few edible plants, and he showed them to us. And he had this one plant that looked like a clover, but it wasn't. It had yellow flowers, not white flowers, and the clover flowers didn't look anything like clover flowers. And he told us to try them. And it was this wonderful sour flavor. And as a kid, even as an adult, I prefer sour to sweet all the time. And I thought it was just wonderful tasting. It was this lemony lime flavor, and I just loved it. He probably told us what it was called, although I have no idea. He probably knew a common name, and there are many common names for this plant. And I was so fascinated by this that I started going to the library. And you have to understand that this is around the late 60s. This would have been around 1967. And finding books in the library at that time on like edible plants was not easy to do. But eventually I figured out what this plant was, and it's called sheep sorrel. And in a sense, that herb led me to the first edible plant book that I ever read, which was Stalking the Wild Asparagus by Yule Gibbons. Then I read his book, Stalking the Healthful Herbs, and I never looked back. What difference or similarities do you believe herbalism has in the present day compared to 50, 100, or even 200 years ago? I am a bit of a historian. I have a very large herbal library, and I am fascinated by the history of what came before. Whose shoulders do we stand on? And if we look back 50 years ago, I started studying herbs formally in 1969. And at the time, herbal medicine was at its nadir, its low point. If you had gone into the average American pharmacy in 1969, you might have found 3 herbal products in your average pharmacy. You would have found something with senna as a laxative. You would have found ipecac to make people vomit. And you would have found some type of distilled witch hazel, Dickinson's or some other brand of distilled witch hazel. And that's probably about it. Herbal medicine, with the exception of some rural and ethnic communities, virtually ceased to exist in mainstream American communities. And so when I compare herbal medicine to then, so 50 years ago, that was 55 years ago, so that would be sometime in around 1974, herbal medicine was just the first inklings of what I call the American herbal renaissance were really happening. And this was coming out primarily, I mean, there was still herbal medicine in one place, and that was in Utah within the Mormon community. And of course, all those Mormon-run herbal companies like Nature's Way and Nature's Sunshine and Solar Ray, and there's several others, Nature's Herb. They're probably all starting around that time, then maybe a few years later. So, and they are a reflection of the sort of continuation of Thomsonian medicine, which was actually taught by Joseph Smith within that community. But outside of that community, the impetus for the American herbal renaissance is the hippie movement and the back to the land movement, which comes out of it. So, you had all these hippies, and they, were mostly in cities, and eventually, you had groups deciding that they wanted to go back to the land, whether it be the farm in Tennessee or the commune that I lived on. And everybody was really interested in getting back to nature. And so part of that was reclaiming our heritage and our understanding of herbs, both as wild plants for food, but also wild plants and herbs as medicine. And so that's really when it is beginning, and you start seeing these sort of herbal homemade publications starting to show up, because before that, there are so few books about herbs. There were a few, but not many. And you start seeing these little pamphlets show up, especially on on herbs for women and reproductive health and things like that start showing up. And you start seeing some of the first new books, sort of the, what was her name? Alicia Bay Laurel, I think, about, health and healing and Jeannie Rose's books, Herbs and things like that start. So then if we go 100 years ago, 100 years ago would be around 1924. And 100 years ago is sort of not quite the beginning, but sort of we're coming toward the end of herbal medicine being a significant force within mainstream American culture and medicine. By 1907, you have the Flexner Report, and that sort of dooms most of the alternative medicine at the time colleges. And so whether we're talking about the eclectics who had their own medical colleges, whether we're talking about the physiomedicalists who had their own medical colleges, the homeopaths who had their own medical colleges, all of them were graded as insufficient, substandard by the Flexner Report. And so all of a sudden, these sectarian practices of medicine were seen of as inferior. And there's multiple reasons that I don't have time to get into here. And so they all start closing. And by 1924, all the physiomedical colleges are gone. I'm not sure about the homeopathic colleges. Hahnemann in Philadelphia might have still been homeopathic. I'm not quite sure. The eclectic medical colleges by 1924, all of them but one were closed, and that was the Eclectic Medical College in Cincinnati, which held on until 1936. And what we see when we look at the official books within medicine, things like the U.S. Dispensatory and the United States Pharmacopoeia, 1890 is sort of the high point for herbs within medical practice, and they start falling off. And so by the 1900s, the number of herbs is dropping. And by the 1920s, the number of herbs has dropped precipitously. And between 1920, I think it's around 26, when the U.S. Dispensatory comes out, and then the next one in 1936, the number of herbs falls off a cliff. And herbal medicine at this point just almost disappears. Yeah, there's still people using it. There's still people who are older physicians who've been using herbs, and they weren't even necessarily eclectics or physiomedicalists. They just happened to be physicians who realized that echinacea was actually useful and continued to use it. But that further disappears, and by the time World War II rolls around, herbal medicine is pretty much gone in North America. I mean, it is really non-existent. Then if we go back another 40 or 50 years to, the 1880s, 1870 to 1890, it is the golden age of eclectic medicine in North America. These are medical doctors who primarily practice herbal medicine. You also have the physiomedicalists, who are a much smaller group. And at that time, it seems like herbal medicine is here to stay. And for multiple reasons, including one I'll talk about a little bit later, it eventually, that doesn't pan out. And so, but some of the lessons that we can learn from that time is that back in the 1870s, 1880s, you have these different groups which are alternatives to orthodox medical practice, the allopathic practice. So you have the eclectics, you have the physiomedicalists, you have the homeopaths, you still have some people who primarily are hydropaths. This is before naturopathic medicine makes its introduction into the United States. And what do? Instead of recognizing their commonality and how much they have in common, they spend much of their energy fighting each other, hurling invective at each other. They hate each other. And one of the things that I see, I think there's this old expression, those that do not know history are doomed to repeat it. And I think there's some real truth to that. And so we see today, whether it be competing organizations of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, whether it be competing groups in homeopathy, whether it be competing groups in herbal medicine, where often these groups are very siloed. So, I teach at herbal conferences all the time, and it is relatively rare to have somebody from the traditional Chinese medical community. Sometimes it happens, but people who are primarily TCM practitioners tend to go to TCM conferences, whereas the general herb conferences tend to include much less of that. naturopathic medical conferences, mostly have naturopathic physicians teaching, although some of them certainly, there's some fantastic naturopathic herbalists who present regularly at herbal conferences. Again, homeopathy tends to be siloed. Ayurveda to some degree, there's an Ayurvedic organization. They tend to have their own conferences. And the problem is this happened before. And the truth of the matter is American herbal medicine, as it exists today, I would argue is the most vibrant, creative, interesting, and vital herbal tradition that exists. Why? Because number one, we had to relearn our medicine. And so, yes, we want to know all the tradition. And I want to know what the eclectics had to teach us. We stand on their shoulders. I want to know what the physiomedicalists had to teach us. We stand on their shoulders. I want to know what, the early naturopathic physicians did. We stand on their shoulders. I want to know Southern folk medicine. I want to know the native traditions, Native American traditions that have, we are standing on their shoulders. But we are also, when this Renaissance started, in 1969, when I first started, it was so hard to learn anything. There were no herb schools. There was only one or two herbalists that I ever heard of that were alive. And Dr. Christopher would be probably the best known one. And I applaud him for keeping herbal medicine alive at a time where it was almost extinct. I'm fortunate enough to have spent some time and taken some classes with him. So there was the history from the past that we needed to reclaim. And I remember when I discovered the eclectics in 1975 or 76, it was mind-blowing to know that there were doctors who practiced herbal medicine. I had never heard such a thing, and discovered their literature. It was astonishing. And then not that long after, discovered the Lloyd Library in Cincinnati, which is the greatest repository of herbal medicine in the world. So there was the past, but again, it was hard to learn. There were books out there, but not a lot. And if you don't know anything, you have no way to determine whether the book you're reading is valid, is good, is bad, is, some of both. You don't know. And so those of us who were starting at a time, I think a lot of us felt a certain desperation. Number one, to find community, because most of us, unless you may be lucky enough to be in California, I thought I was the only herbalist on the East Coast for almost a decade. Now, I wasn't. There were other people, but most of them, again, were hidden away in either ethnic or rural communities. They may have been widely known in their community, but outside of that, they were pretty much invisible. And I certainly knew about Dr. Christopher and a handful of other people, but most of them were all on the West Coast. So number one, we were searching for community, because if you find something you're passionate about, something you love, you want to share it. You want to share it, number one, because you want to learn more, and hopefully somebody else knows more than you do. But you also want to, if you're into model cars, then you join a model car club. If you're into puzzles, you go to puzzle swaps. If you like to crochet, you may join a crochet circle. You want to share it with other people and share your passion. And it was really difficult. So instead of working together to create more community, to recognize the similarities and the differences, there is still a lot of this siloing of communities. And that is unfortunate, because we have a lot to teach one another. And we need to learn to connect outside of our own little group, because there's a lot of knowledge outside of that. And there's a lot of benefit by working together. There is strength in numbers. I would also point out one other thing that happened about 160 years ago, maybe 70 years ago, 170 years ago, and that was called the eclectic resinoid craze. And Dr. John King, who was one of the great eclectics, by accident discovered, by dropping mayapple tincture, podophyllum tincture, into a water vat, which was an accident, something precipitated out. And it was a resiny substance, and he called it podophyllin. And this was the first eclectic resinoid. He tried this with several other things, including iris, making irisin, and caulophyllum, which is blue cohosh, making caulophyllin. And each of these substances was much stronger than the tincture or the fluid extract. And in a sense, he had discovered the active constituents. Now, there has always been a push to discover active ingredients. You know, back in the early 1800s, you know, they isolated morphine from opium and discovered, you know, and that was much stronger. Well, what happens is he publishes his results in the Eclectic Medical Journal, and the drug companies of the day take this up and start doing this process for every herb in the Materia Medica. There's only one problem, which nobody figures out for about 10 years, that this only works if you have resins in the product. If you don't have resins, you don't get anything that's active. And it is called the eclectic alkaloid or eclectic resinoid craze. And so for a period of 10 years, they're publishing books on how to use these things, and you no longer have to give people large amounts of vile tasting stuff. You can use really tiny amounts. There's only one problem. Most of these products are inert and don't work. And people figure it out. People figure out they're going to this doctor and they're not getting the results they want. And that is one of the things that almost kills the eclectic movement in the 1860s before it goes on to its sort of golden age and its rebirth, which comes from a man named Dr. John Milton Scudder. Anyway, and so I see the eclectic resinoid craze as sort of mimicking or mirroring the sort of craze that started in the 1990s about active constituents in our products. And while there are products like ginkgo, which has really no history of traditional use, you'll hear that ginkgo leaf, you know, is traditional Chinese medicine. It was not. The nut was used as a medicine food after being detoxified and treated. But the leaf, there's actually virtually no, we actually haven't found any historical use of the leaf. And so ginkgo was discovered doing random drug screenings looking for interesting active compounds by a French pharmaceutical company in the 1970s. And so there's no historical use, there's no ethnobotanical use. It's a modern phytopharmaceutical. So that's one area, that's fine. And we do know that there are two groups of compounds, especially the ginkgo flavones and the terpenes, which are responsible for a lot of its activity. That's also true, for instance, you know, you can find things like milk thistle, the silymarin complex, which is 50% psilibinin, has a lot of the activity in milk thistle. But if you're using milk thistle tincture, it can do things that the milk thistle standardized extract cannot do. They're actually two different medicines. They do different things to a great degree. But we need to be careful about just trying to find the active ingredient in every herb. Interesting study was done. There's some researchers decided that the active ingredient in hawthorn was a flavonoid called Vitexin-2-aramnoside. They extracted that from the plant, they gave it to rats or mice, and it didn't do anything. So then they thought, well, this was actually a really smart idea. They said, let's give the rest of it to the rats or mice and see what it does, because that'll tell us that we've missed something, that's something else in there. And they gave that to the mice, and it didn't do anything while the whole plant did. What's the sort of quote moral of the story, the teaching of the story? The active ingredient in hawthorn is hawthorn. It's not one single compound or one set of compounds. It's the whole plant. Nature, when it puts things together, there is this sort of, think of it as a biological symphony. And you can take every chemical that's in a plant, if you could figure out what every chemical is, put it in a bowl, mix it together, it won't be that plant. Anyway, those are two things I think that we can learn from 150 years ago that we really want to avoid because neither one worked well. And there were real problems with both. The next question is, what does an herbalist mean to you and your life? As I mentioned before, in 1969, I fell in love with herbs. I fell in love with the fact that I could walk outside of my house, and I was fortunate enough that there were woods all around my house. I could walk outside into the woods, into the fields, and I was surrounded not only by these living, breathing beings called plants, which to me was marvelous in itself, but they had all these amazing uses. And it was like the world's biggest treasure hunt because I wanted to know who they were and what they did. And it was the most exciting thing. And to me, what does an herbalist mean to me in my life? It is my vocation. It is my avocation. It is my passion. And I am just as passionate about learning about herbs today and teaching about herbs today as I was when I first discovered them as a young man. And the cool thing is, and this is true, I'm kidding and I'm not kidding when I say this. You know, I tell people after 55 years, I now feel comfortable calling myself an advanced beginner. And while, yes, I do know something about herbs for sure, what I know is like a fraction of what there is to know. And I understand that some people find that daunting, like, oh my God, I'll never know enough. But you can, in a relatively short amount of time, especially if you go to a really good herb school or herb program, you can learn enough to make a real difference in people's lives. And then the beauty of it is you just keep learning and you keep growing. You know, the time to stop learning is when you take your last breath. Well, maybe just after your last breath. That's when you stop learning. So to me, being an herbalist means that I get to do something that I am passionate and, you know, and fell in love with more than 50 years ago. I get to do it. I do a lot of things. I wear a lot of hats. And, you know, so I have an herb company and I have an herb school and I teach all around the world and I write books and so, you know, and I act as a consultant to physicians. I do a lot of things, but it all revolves around herbal medicine, which is great because as somebody, if I was younger, I would have been diagnosed as being both dyslexic, which I am, and having ADHD, which I do. But those diagnoses didn't exist when I was a kid. And so it means that I have found something that I can devote my life to. And, you know, ADHD is kind of interesting. If I'm not interested in it, it is so hard to focus my attention on something. But if I'm interested in something, it's like a laser beam. And I've had, you know, 55 years to focus my attention on something that still just fills me with awe and joy. And even better, I get to help people. I get to help people find their way back to wholeness and health and wellness. And many times these are people who have been to, you know, dozens of physicians, dozens of practitioners. And I'm not saying, you know, oh, I'm so special, I could help them. First off, it's not even me, it's the plants. But being able to share that with people so that they can feel better and live a better, healthier, happier life. What a gift. What an incredible gift. And to be able to help resurrect this knowledge and grow this knowledge and then pass it on to the next generation so that it can become something that is not alternative, but actually something that is common knowledge is my passion. Says, how do you retain so much information regarding clinical herbalism and how do you store it, i.e. notebooks, flags and reference books, or just memory? Well, darn, if I was depending on my memory, I'd be in trouble. I've forgotten more than I know. Well, number one, I am surrounded by, well, I just made the first part of my donation of my library to United Plant Savers, about 16 or 1700 volumes, but I'm still surrounded by probably over 7,000 books. And so number one, books to me. And yeah, computers are really useful and you can store a lot of information on a computer. But in my mind, the act of holding a book, smelling a book, reading a book, feeling a book, just makes it more real. Now I'm old and I grew up with books. I grew up in a family that thought books were special. And I know some people, you know, don't have that feeling. And you don't need to have a library like I do. I don't need every one of those books, which is one of the reasons I'm starting to donate it, also because it means that everybody in the herbal community will now have access to what took me over 50 plus years to accumulate. but books is a really good place. And yeah, I mean, if there's something I really like and I want to remember it and think I might not, you could put a sticky note in a book, unless it's a really old book, and then just put a slip of paper so so that you don't get glue or anything on the book. But there are other ways of doing that. So, for instance, even if you're not going to write a book for publication, you can write a book, even if it's your book. Now, in my case, because I have a school, it's a 2-year program. Actually, it's a 4-year program. There's 2 additional 1-year programs. I have my materia medica. I'll show you. And this book has gone through so many iterations. All right. And someday I plan on publishing it. It covers more than 300 herbs in exquisite detail, tradition, science, dosage, dose forms, herb-drug interactions. It's all referenced. How to use it, what to use it with, combination. I mean, it's really detailed, and it reflects my training in TCM and my training in eclectic medicine, which is self-taught through the books, because there were no living eclectics that I know of when I discovered the eclectic knowledge. My training in Southeastern herbal traditions, the studies that I've been doing, over, again, many decades, and my clinical experience and the traditions that I have learned from, all of that together. And so you don't have to, again, my students get this, but this is not something that I have as of yet published, as a standalone book. But you can start writing your information down in a cohesive way, even if it's just for you. In addition to that, yeah, computers are great. And I have files and files and files on my computer. And at least as long as you know where to find them, they're there. So that's great. But I would warn people about one thing about the computers, not really computers, really the internet. And that is, there is a tsunami of information on the internet. And some of it is amazing. Some of it is dangerous. Some of it is mediocre. And if you do not know, you may not be aware of how to differentiate one thing from another. And so I would just point out to you, use sort of what you find on the internet with a certain amount of discernment, because I learned on TikTok I could drink bleach. Yeah, no, you can't, and don't. So just be aware that not everybody proclaiming themselves to be knowledgeable is always knowledgeable. I mean, I could say the same thing about, that's also true of books out there. There are books that aren't that wonderful either. Lastly, I will mention one other thing, and that is, and this is going to sound really old-fashioned, and it is filing cabinets. Now, maybe on your computer you can do filing cabinets, but what I do is I have, 5 or 6 big, long filing cabinets. And whenever I find studies that are things I want to be able to refer back to, now granted, I can go on PubMed, or I can go on Google Scholar or other websites that I frequent and looking for information and try to find them again. But sometimes that's a problem. And so I have this really major filing system, and it breaks everything down by Latin name, by whatever, and it gets filed. And sometimes I just print out the abstract so that I have the article and the author's name so I can go back and find the whole thing if it's available. Sometimes I put the entire article, I print out the entire article. And that is just another way of organizing things. And because I'm a bit of a Luddite and really old-fashioned, that works for me. Again, for many of you, I'm sure there are systems that are way better than this on your computer that you can file things away alphabetical so that you don't need massive filing cabinets. But again, I do actually like reading things. I'm not a huge fan of reading things I'll read in emails on the internet and things like that. But if I have to read a book or a chapter, I'd much rather actually hold it and read it. The next question is, what is your vision or dream for the future of herbalism and herbal medicine in the United States? And I have a dream. And my dream is this. Coming from a time where herbal medicine was almost extinct, I would like to see a time, hopefully within my lifetime, where almost every mom and dad and grandmother and grandfather knows basic kitchen herbal medicine for their families. I would like to see a time where there are community herbalists in every community, where there are clinical herbalists available in almost any clinical setting. And why? Well, number one, I believe it is our heritage. I believe it is our birthright to have these incredible plants to be able to use to help us stay well and get well. But I also think that herbal medicine can be much more sustainable environmentally, depending on how you do it. I think everybody should be growing herbs at their house. If they live in an apartment, on their, if they have a balcony and pots, because many of them are so easy to grow and they can be right there, and you can use them in cooking, you can use them for making teas, etc. But I also think that the American medical system, for all of its wonders, for all of its successes, for all the amazing things it can do, and it does amazing things, is unsustainable. We here in the United States have the most expensive medical system in the world, yet we rank behind every other developed country when it comes to infant mortality, life expectancy, etc. And I think that herbal medicine, well done herbal medicine, could be one. It's not the answer, but it is a part of the answer for helping to create a sustainable practice of herbal medicine within not just the United States, but around the world. And the other thing is, and a lot of people have this idea that it's this or this, it's either or. So you have orthodox medicine, you have herbal medicine, or any of the other non-orthodox practices. And it's sort of this, one or the other. I don't think anything could be further from the truth. Where orthodox medicine is strong, if you have bacterial meningitis, do not call your herbalist, do not call the chiropractor, do not call the Reiki healer. You want to be in the hospital with an IV antibiotic, because that'll save your life. But once they have saved your life and they discharge you and you have significant cognitive impairment, and they tell you, well, hopefully, we'll send you to speech therapy and occupational therapy, and hopefully you'll regain all of your abilities within a period of a year to a year and a half. And you can take herbs at that point. And I've done this with many patients where within 2 to 3 months, they've regained most of their verbal, auditory, functional capacity. There are other times where orthodox medicine is strong, often is where herbal medicine is at its weakest. But the obverse is true, where herbal medicine is strong tends to be where orthodox medicine is at its weakest. And there are times when herbal medicine has incredible answers for so many things, especially a lot of chronic degenerative disease and issues with aging that orthodox medicine struggles to deal with. And so the answer is not one or the other. It's which one is most appropriate in this given situation for this person. And there's a lot of factors that go into that. And so my dream is to make that available for everyone. So it is not alternative. It is not something that people think is weird or strange. It's something that most people just accept and understand is a part of maintaining your health and regaining it. The next question is, did you choose this path, or did this path of an herbalist choose you? I sort of answered that a little bit before, and I will simply say it came to me at a very early age. It was not a conscious decision. I fell in love. And do you choose love, or does love happen to you? I guess some of both. You have to accept it. And so it happened. And I am so glad that it did. What advice do you wish you had as an herbal student? Well, the problem is that as an herbal student, I had no advice. There was nobody to give advice. what I think, and this doesn't just apply to herbal students, this applies to whoever you are and whatever you're trying to learn. I would say, number one, keep an open mind. Closed minds are not conducive to learning. So I always tell my students, be open to the possibility that everything you believe is true is subject to change. It doesn't mean it will, but it could. And being open-minded, being open to the possibility, that you can learn new things and that may upend everything that you think is true, which is a very uncomfortable feeling, is, I think, a really wonderful quality to have in both as a student, as a clinician, as a teacher. In addition to that, I would say persistence is a wonderful quality to have. I think you need to be really know and respect both tradition and science and experience and the plants. Because I think ultimately the plants are our best teachers. The plants know so much more than we do or probably ever will. I mean, we can understand them through many lenses. But, I told you the story of nettles. That came from the plant itself. And some of the most amazing things I've ever come across came from the plants themselves. And in fact, some of these things that I've learned decades later, somebody else sort of, whether they came across some writings of someone or whether just serendipitously, I've actually had a couple cases where things that I learned from the plants, somebody eventually studied it, did research, and proved exactly what the plant had told me that was not in the literature, that was not a known thing, sometimes decades earlier. Also, as a student, enjoy yourself. Find the fun in what we do. Do not take yourself too seriously. There is another question, or there was another question, something about healing. As an herbalist, I am not a healer. The healing doesn't come from me. It comes from the plants or the creator. And so be humble. If somebody is a teacher or a practitioner and they think they know everything, run in the opposite direction, because that person has not only lost that ability to be humble, but they're living in a fantasy world. No one knows everything. And no matter how many times you've treated a specific condition and it's worked, you're going to come across a patient where you try what you think you know what to do and it doesn't work. And then you have to sit there and say, one of my early teachers, Dr. Eng, said, if your treatment works, your diagnosis was correct. If your treatment doesn't work, your diagnosis was wrong. So where did I go wrong? What didn't I understand? And be open to those answers. And by the way, that's not a bad way to live your life, and be open, when things don't work out in relationships or at jobs or whatever. Sometimes it's not all you, but what part of it was, what part of it is, what can you learn from that experience? And that's one of the greatest things in life. Oh, and don't be afraid to make mistakes. Now, granted, we're dealing with people and their health. So the good news is it's really hard to hurt somebody badly with herbs. I mean, if you're using really toxic low dose herbs, yeah, you can. But using most of your gentle food herbs, or even your gentler medicinal herbs, it's hard to really do damage to somebody. Now, we're not talking about allergic reactions or idiosyncratic responses. They can happen to anybody with anything, not just herbs, supplements, foods, pharmaceutical medications, dishwashing liquid. They can happen with anything. But barring that, herbs are remarkably safe in most situations. There are times, but if you learn what you're doing and you learn it well, you will learn about some of the times when you just, don't give somebody who has hyperthyroid condition, don't give them ashwagandha. It stimulates the thyroid. They don't need more stimulation. So you learn basic things like that. says, what's your favorite way to introduce children to herbalism? Herb walks, nature walks, and gardening. And I think if we want to make herbal medicine part of mainstream culture, you have to introduce it to children. And so any program that introduces herbal medicine in schools or at home to children, projects where you identify tree leaves, taking kids out on herb walks and introducing them to simple edible plants, with the caveat that, you need somebody who knows what they're doing before you put it in your mouth. And this is true for adults too. If you're into foraging all of a sudden, you're seeing all this popularity of foraging. If you're not 100% sure what it is, don't put it in your mouth. There have been some very unfortunate incidents over the years of people thinking they had something and it turned out to be something else that was toxic. For me, I'm not a mycologist, but there's about a dozen edible mushrooms I know for sure, and I'm very comfortable eating those, collecting those and eating those. But if I find one and I'm not sure, you know what they say? There are old mycologists, there are bold mycologists, but there are no old and bold mycologists. So introduce them or grow plants in your home, whether it be in pots in the house, whether it be out on your patio, whether it be in a garden. Grow herbs, especially things that taste good. And you can harvest them, you can dry them, you can make teas out of them. You can grow catnip for your cat and sew little cat toys. There's so many creative things. You can make sleep pillows to help dreaming and relieve bad dreams. There's so many ways you can introduce children to these things. And if you introduce them when they're young, it's not weird and strange when they get older. And finally, it says, what's your favorite resource for learning herbal medicine or herbalism? Well, as you've already figured out from some of my previous answers, I like old books. There is a wealth of information in the literature. But I also highly recommend finding a really good herb school. There are different herb schools. They appeal and are beneficial for different people depending on what they were looking for. There are a few programs like mine that are very much clinically oriented. There are several other good ones that are clinically oriented as well. There are others that are more introductory, like Rosemary Gladstar's Art and Science of Herbal Medicine is just a fantastic introduction to herbal medicine. You probably have somebody, hopefully locally where you live, that's doing introductory herb programs, when showing people, basics of herbal medicine, how to make a decoction, how to make an infusion, how to make a simple tincture, how to identify the difference between a dandelion and chicory, which at certain stages can look pretty similar. So those are all great ways. Go to conferences. If you have a herb teacher, that's great. But everything you're getting is that person's lens and view. Try to go to conferences where you can hear from multiple people and find people whose teaching style really works for you. And go to different classes. Like when I go to a conference, usually I'm teaching at the conference. When I'm not teaching, I go to classes. And I often try to pick out people who I don't know or I've never heard from. I mean, there's some people who I just think are so impressive that I always go to their classes. But there are other people who I don't know. And like I was just teaching at a new conference in Alabama 2 weeks ago. And there was a young man doing a tree walk. And I just being out with the trees is fun. And this guy, he was impressive. He was a young guy. And, his knowledge of herbs was a little more limited, but he introduced basically the class was really learning how to botanize, how to identify trees. And he said some things that I had never heard before. And it was impressive. And so go to classes from people you have never heard of, check them out, learn there. And then spend time with the plants, get to know them. And you can get to know them by growing them. You can get to know them by making medicine out of them. One of the ways that I taught myself, first off, when I was young, I had no one to teach me directly at that time. So I taught myself field botany. I made a number of interesting mistakes, funny mistakes, actually. And one of my philosophies was, if I hadn't tried an herb, I would take it and see what it did to me before I gave it to somebody else. I still do that today. I still like to experiment on myself. Now, granted, you If it's something that's toxic, you may not choose to do that. On the other hand, if it's really toxic, you probably shouldn't be using it unless you've been trained to use it. But I like experimenting with things. And so like an herb I'd mention is called cryptolepis, which was introduced about maybe 10, 15 years ago. It's an African herb. And it was introduced primarily into, the Lyme community for treating both Lyme and Babesia. And before I started giving it to people, I had to experience it. And oh my God, it makes andrographis look mild in the sense of its bitterness, but it is a powerful herb. And so, I wanted to get a sense of what it does and what it feels like, in a sense, do a proving. Not that I'm taking so much that I make myself ill, although in the past, a long time ago, I sometimes did that unintentionally. But I want to get a sense of it. And I think learning from the plants, spending time with the plants, being quiet with the plants, meditating with the plants so that you can hear them are all really valid ways of learning. And the last thing I would say is don't focus in on only one way of learning, because that's always a mistake. You don't want this to be the only lenses that you see the world through. You want to have multiple lenses. So the fact that I, trained in TCM and learned the eclectics and Western, medicine and anatomy, physiology, and pathophysiology and things like that, and Southeastern herbal traditions. And I've, spent lots of time learning about Unani Tib and a little bit less about Ayurveda. The idea is if you only have one lens to see things, it is both wonderful, but it is also limiting. And so once you feel really comfortable with a way of seeing things, try learning a new way of seeing things. And what you're going to find is that different traditions have different views, and some of them see things, they may have different names for things, but they all have the same basic idea. And then other things fall way out of that. And so, for instance, in Chinese medicine, you have a pattern called deficient kidney yang. And with deficient kidney yang, you get weak, low back pain, weak knees, weak ankles, perhaps impotence, fatigue. And if somebody came to a Western practitioner with that pattern, they would see them as unique, different things. And it's only from the Chinese lens that you see that as a distinctive pattern. And so sometimes it's really useful to have multiple views of things because it gives you multiple ways of seeing things, and then expand your materia medica. Yes, could you get away with only using 30 herbs and do a good job? Possibly. But I think of it being like an artist. And yes, a really great artist can use just black and white and make amazing art. But I'm more of the school of I want every color, every shade, every all of the subtleties so that I can fit the herbs to the person and their specific symptom picture, their specific energetics, their specific constitution, rather than trying to fit the person to the fact that I only have 30 herbs and none of them may be exactly what this person needs. So be open, stay open, be compassionate, caring, make a difference in the world. I just want to thank you all very much. It's been a pleasure getting to answer some fun questions. Thank you, Mason, for that. And again, if anybody wants to see more about my work, you can go to herbstudies.net and has information about my school. There's also stuff that you can download for free from my library, things that we've scanned years ago. And then the company, Herbalist and Alchemist, herbalist-alchemist.com. If you want to learn more about adaptogens, you can read my book, Adaptogens, Herbs for Strength, Stamina, and Stress Relief. I have several other books out there as well. And it's a pleasure. And if you ever get the opportunity and you're in an herb conference and I'm there, come up and say hi, tell them you saw me there. And I extended the invitation to come sit and chat and talk herbs. Thank you very much.
Hey y'all, this is Asia Dorsey. I am a root worker here on the Cheyenne, Ute, and Arapaho territories, also known as Colorado. And you can find more of me and my work and my practice at bonesbugsandbotany.com. So how do I balance traditional herbal knowledge and modern scientific advancement? Well, the first thing is understanding that traditional knowledges are science to traditional peoples. Our science are continually advancing and being practiced, and we are experimenting and we are replicating. And so it's important to understand whose science, right? And within that context, as an integrated herbal medicine maker, medicine woman, I don't abdicate the quintessential nature of reality, which is diversity. There's so much diversity and different kinds of medicine, but it's important that we know which tradition of medicine we're working with and what the pitfalls and the power of those medicine ways are. So for example, understanding all of the medicines from mind medicine all the way up to herbal medicine, and then pharmaceutical medicine, and then surgical medicine, right? We understand that there's an escalation. And before we escalate all the way to the top, which means that there's going to be so many side effects, we want to make sure that we're helping people with their lifestyles and all of these things before we escalate. And so an example of that in my practice is I had a client who had a bladder infection. We knew that this was a bladder infection because of the blood in the urine. And so we set a time frame for us to work with herbs like uva ursi, right? Herbs like corn silk. And we said that if we did not clear this infection with the traditional medicines that we had access to within 5 days, which is the amount of time that she would be working with an antibiotic, then we would escalate care. So after those 5 days, we cleared the bladder infection, shout out to us, and there was no need to escalate care. But escalation was there, and that's important. Another way that Western science kind of shows up in my practice is in research. When I'm learning about a plant, I love to first touch in to the traditional knowledge ways and the traditional peoples who held that plant. I like to look at multiple cultural examples, and then I like to go into more details by looking at herbal constituents and what the scientific community has to say about it. And it's in this way that we stay in conversation with the ancestors and with their progeny all at the same time. What are my thoughts about the regulation of herbalists? Good question. I don't believe in it. I think it's very, very important that herbal medicine continue to be a people's medicine. There's no organization that can certify you as an herbalist. Only the plants can do that. There is a trend to turn herbal medicine into pharmaceutical medicine. And I think that trend causes a lot of danger. One of the dangers of creating sort of regulation around herbal medicine is whose herbs and whose practices become the gold standard. In our society, that gold standard is going to be sort of white males with means, and their ways of herbalism becomes herbalism, versus the traditional cultures that are all over sort of Turtle Island contributing from what their ancestors have to say about it. And so for me, I am a no to the regulation of herbalists. So how long did I study herbal medicine before feeling qualified to call myself an herbalist? I love this question because I have studied food my entire life, as many of you have. In terms of what it means to be a qualified herbalist, for me, I prefer an embodied approach. In my practice, I do not work with plants that I haven't worked on my own body. I know for a fact that my remedies work because I use my own remedies. And so my path of becoming an herbalist has involved traditional apprenticeships from wise women all over the world. I put my body and space and time with my teachers, and I continue to do that. And so for me, the qualification is not external, right? The qualification is the test of my own body, the test of my own lifestyle, the test of my own skillfulness in the world. And that is when we know that we can call ourselves an herbalist. And what's powerful, right, is that you won't call yourself an herbalist. Other people in your community will name you, and that's how you know. So what are some of the things that I do daily to practice my herbal craft? I put herbs in my body. Hello. If you're not an herbalist, if you're not working with herbs in every single way, from my toothpaste to my hair care, all of it is made with infused herbs and oils. It's made with tinctures. Every day I have my nourishing herbal infusions. I do not take supplements of any kind because I'm an herbalist. And yeah, herbs are a part of my herbs are my deodorant. Okay. I can't think of any part of my lifestyle that's not botanically infused. In fact, it's time for me to spritz myself with some rose water, baby, because it's getting hot out here. So did I choose this path, or did the path choose me? I love this question as well. These are great questions. I would say both. I think that the context arises for us to become who it is that we're supposed to be, and it's our role to step through the gateway into our becoming, and to really claim it and to really name it. I did not know that I would become an herbalist. I was always in love with the earth, though. I was always fighting for the earth. I wanted to be a Supreme Court justice. It was one of my dreams growing up, and what propelled me through college and university and everything like that. And then I got sick. Ooh, your girl got so sick. I was living in New York City. I was not having food that was prepared by my family lovingly. I didn't know how to cook. I didn't have any skillfulness around food, or I didn't have any understanding of my body, and I was mentally ill. I got so depressed, and therapy was not working, and the choice came to either pursue the pharmacological route of healing mental illness, or to choose my own path. And so because I had seen the impact of pharmaceutical medicines on my family, and it seemed that like once you started, you just got worse and worse, I decided to choose my own way. And what that looked like for me was I chose the path of the earth. I chose the path of food. I couldn't feel anything at all. It was this terrible deadness, which was the defining factor of my depression. But when I thought about food, when I saw food, when I was watching food documentaries on Netflix, it was the only time that I felt alive. And so I followed that path and started taking courses in the food studies department, my university, and that led me to a book by Michael Pollan called The Botany of Desire, or another book of his, The Omnivore's Dilemma, where I was introduced to permaculture through Polyface Farm and Joel Salatin. And so I left university to travel and study permaculture, and it was there that I met my first mentor, Kay Baxter, who really taught me the foundations of food as medicine and planted this idea that I could heal my depression with food. And so after being with Kay and really like learning different systems, like the first thing that I healed was my cat allergy using stinging nettle. And I reverse engineered what I learned about how allergies worked, and I found the compounds and constituents that were there on the farm. And so I got quercetin from the orange peel of the mandarin tree, and I got my omega-3 fatty acids, which are anti-inflammatory, from hand feeding the chickens rapidly growing green herbs so that their egg yolks would become orange, which for me was an indicator not only of vitamin A, which is anti-inflammatory, but the predominance of omega-3 fatty acids. And so I got my omega-3s from chicken eggs, and that was really the first thing I fully healed on my own. And after I left Kawanga Institute, I went back home to New York, and I endeavored to heal my depression with bones, bugs, and botany, which is the name of my practice. So how do I know what the potency of my herbal concoctions are? Do I care? Is the answer. We think of potency as power all the time, and potency is often linked in patriarchy with the strongest thing, right? We have pharmacology, which really tries to get the active ingredient of a plant, which makes all of those other constituents the passive ones. But in my tradition, in the wise woman tradition, we are looking for wholeness. And so I'm not crafting medicine for the most poison, right? I actually want the entourage effect that comes from those water-soluble constituents that help to make sure that my medicines don't have side effects. And so we're not searching for potency as we are crafting our medicine. We are searching for workability. What's wise is what works. An example of that in practice is that when you craft your medicine with high grain alcohols like Everclear, even when you water them down, they hurt the liver and the kidney itself. So how are we crafting medicines that hurt our most important organ systems? And when we make them out of poisons, when we make them super potent, then you can't have a lot of them. But what's interesting is plants like echinacea, which we use to fight maybe bacterial infections and to strengthen our immunity. You actually need a lot. You need at least a dropper full per 50 pounds of weight, right? So if you're using the most potent extraction methods, then that much of the tincture is going to cause harm. But if you tincture, right, that echinacea in 100 proof vodka, as I do, then you can use that whole bottle without harming your body, you see. And so by using methods that are caring, that are considerate, that are healing, right? We make medicines to heal. Why would we use methods that kill? We actually extend the capacity of our practice, right? Making medicine that is not harmful is the pillar of herbal medicine as people's medicine. And so potency is not necessarily what we're going for, but we want our herbal remedies to be effective. And to be effective, it doesn't have to be concentrated, the most powerful, the most active, right? It has to work holistically in the lifestyle of the person that's using it. So what's the first plant? I remember having a relationship to as a kid. Oh my gosh, as a kid, I loved all the plants, all of them. But I want to tell you about aloe vera. I was a rough and raggedy kid, y'all, and I am still a rough and raggedy adult, I assure you. And one day I ran into the kitchen of my grandmama's house, and the iron was on, and I ran straight into the cord, and then it burned my face. Oh, it burned me so bad. It was like pink, and I am chocolate, so it's just like this giant pink kind of gash on my face. And oh my gosh, my grandma got the aloe vera plant, and she mixed it. She took the slime and the plant, and she mixed it with Vaseline, okay, petroleum jelly, and oh my God, she made me go to school with a glop of Vaseline and aloe vera gel on my face every day. And as you can see, it healed. It healed without a scar. It healed without a wound. And that was just so special to me, because aloe vera is something that we have in our house, and so it's like the medicine bag that's on your countertop or in your windowsill, on your nightstand, right? But also the power of petroleum jelly, y'all. Ooh, as herbalists, we try to use, shea butter and tallow and all of these things. But what I love about the medicine of common people, right, is that what's wise is what works. And that petroleum jelly really did help to seal in that area to make sure that it was perpetually hydrated. It was an ingenious form of medicine practice that my grandma showed to me. And so, yeah, I wanted to tell you that story just to show you that as an herbalist, my wings are made of plastic. What herbs do I suggest to keep joints healthy as we age? There's two major principles that I'm working with here. One is bones and the other is blood. Bones, we want bone broths, animal bones from animals that have been pastured, who have lived their lives outdoors as animals should. We want their bones, and we want those bones in our broths. And so that primary recommendation is bone broth every single day. And it sounds weird, but when we actually look at traditional peoples all around the world, this is the norm. The cuisines in West Africa feature lots of bones and collagen-rich foods and animal parts that create a perfect broth for their phenomenal stews. We see Koreans and Taiwanese folks and Japanese folks with their ramen creating these beautiful broths that they brew for centuries and have recipes that they pass down in their families. We see so many soups coming out of Western European traditions and all around the world. And it's because not only do these collagen-rich soups and stews help to nourish our joints, they help to hydrate our entire body. They help to deactivate anti-nutrients in grains, beans, and legumes. They help to make more complete the proteins in animal meat, right? And so folks get really concerned about meat being inflammatory, but when you cook it in the bone, the ages or advanced glycation in products that come from high heat cooking do not occur, right? So the broth as the center of the diet for any person who wants to age healthfully. There's a reason why you feed soups to old folks, right? It's not just because it's more easy to digest, which it is. But it's also because these foods that are easy to digest in our age are also easy to digest at all stages of our lives. So bones is the first thing, and then blood is the next. What we want to do is make sure that blood is always circulating in the areas by good use, right? We want to make sure that we're using our hands, that we're rotating and massaging our joints and our ankles, right? We want to make sure that we are bringing the blood through healthy, low impact movement like walking or Tai Chi or Qigong, right? And when that blood cannot come from physical activity, then we want to bring the blood using aromatic herbs, right? Infused in oil, not essential oils, herbs infused in oil. My favorite is going to be clove oil infused in coconut, cloves infused in coconut. And buried underground for a year. This is a recipe that I got from Doc Willie in Costa Rica when I studied Afrobotany there. But these warming, right, these beautiful like warming herbs, these will help to bring the blood when the movement is insufficient. And so these are some lifestyle medicines that I use to keep those joints fluid. So what is an herb that I use in a way that is not commonly used or understood? Let me tell you about my sweet sis elderberry, okay? Y'all love elderberry syrup, and I don't. I find that most people don't understand the mechanism of action of this plant. Elderberry, Sambucus negra, is a plant that has been used to fight sort of respiratory illnesses. She is sort of the elder wood, that wood that makes up Harry Potter's like wand. And it's told that elderberry, when planted in a garden, teaches the other plants about their true nature. And so elderberry is, she's the most important, one of the most important antiviral sort of cold and flu remedies that I keep in my medicine bag. But I do not keep her in a syrup because the way that she works is to recreate the conditions in your body such that they are not amenable to the proliferation of viruses in particular. Elderberry, who's rich in anthocyanins, has the capacity to tackle sweet blood, right? And so by limiting the virus's ability to sugar in the blood, that's one of the ways that elderberry helps to protect us against cold and flus. That's why she's so efficient. She changes our metabolism, right? She increases our metabolism so that we're better able to work with sugar. And so I use elderberry as a primary metabolic herb. Lots of people use maybe bitter remedies for folks who have metabolic issues, high blood pressure, diabetes, high cholesterol. These sorts of things are coupled often. But I like to turn to elder, especially if the person has a sweet tooth. So elderberry is one of my favorite metabolic herbs. And also I use elderberry for energy. She is the one I go to if I'm attempting to burn the candle at both ends, which we should never do. But instead of a stimulant like coffee or tea, caffeine, or something like that, I find that nourishing the jing, right? Nourishing our energy at the source is one of the things that elder is capable of doing. And so no, I do not make a sugary syrup of a plant who helps us to control our blood sugar. I tincture her in 100 proof vodka. So the best way to get calcium, magnesium, and potassium in your body without taking a pill is eating your greens. Y'all are mad, but listen, hearty greens, well cooked, about 4 hours, the way soul food does it, baby. That's going to be the best way to get those nutrients, because it's not just those nutrients, right? And that's why your pill doesn't work. It's because when we're eating the real food, we're also getting the fiber that helps the large intestines, that helps the colon, right? That helps us pull cholesterols out of our body. We're also getting the vitamin A, which helps us to continue to see at night, even until our age. It helps to regenerate our bones, right? We're also getting the magnesium, okay, from the chlorophyll, which is actually very similar instruction to heme iron. I like to say chlorophyll is plant heme. So we're getting that yummy chlorophyll, we're getting them antioxidants, right? Ooh, and especially from brassicas, we're getting the organosulfur compounds, which are so anti-cancer. And so I just want you to eat your greens. I want you to eat cooked greens every single day. Yes, every single day. And a nice hack is getting like frozen spinach, and you can wake that up with some lemon juice or with some capers, which are high in quercetin, which has really active against your allergies. Capers is the best food source of that. And so eat your cooked greens every day. And for those of you who you can't, or you won't, or you don't want to, my favorite cooked greens are nettle infusion. And that is 1 ounce of dry nettle in a quart jar filled to the top with boiling water, tightly lidded and steeped for 4 hours or overnight. 1 cup of nettle infusion has 300 to 500 milligrams of calcium in it. It's more than a cup of milk. Not only does it have that calcium, it has that potassium, it has that magnesium, and it has so much more, right? So much more. So having your green infusions like nettle and comfrey, these really help us to get our greens in our diet, but there's no escape of needing your greens, right? This is going to be the difference between abundant wellness and pharmacology. All right, y'all. Well, it was beautiful sharing some words of wisdom with you. You can follow me at www.bonesbugsandbotany.com. There's a wonderful seasonal mailing list. We have 2 powerful courses each year. The first is Soul Food Genius. We offer it self-paced and in person for folks of the African diaspora. And we also have the winter herbal immersion, where we actually focus in on all the things that you need to build your bones. All right. Peace.
Hello friends, my name is Chanchal Cabrera and you are joining me here at Innisfree Farm and Botanic Garden on Vancouver Island. And we are here today to celebrate Mason and HerbRally and 10,000 subscribers, which is quite an achievement. So Mason has asked a few of his friends to talk about 10 topics to do with herbal medicine. So here we go. Let's see how much we can say in just a few minutes on 10 different things. I have a list. He gave us a lot of options of questions, so these are the ones that got picked here. So what is my favorite part of being a herbalist? What's the big why that keeps me learning and growing? So I think one of the things is really that the plants have not yet revealed themselves to us in their fullest expression. So the mystery, I think, is what keeps me going. I love to know that there's stuff I don't know. I love to know that the plants still have secrets, still have more to reveal. There's still more for us to learn, not just me personally, but in in all of us to learn more about nature and plants and how we fit in. So I just find that very fascinating, to feel such a small part of such a huge thing as nature, and to be exploring that juxtaposition of us tiny, puny little people and this huge green world we live in, and how we navigate through that. So my favorite part of being a herbalist is that I get to talk to plants, and sometimes they talk back. What's the first plant I remember having a relationship with as a kid was probably nasturtiums, because that was my first garden. I was 3. I had one of those big old white stone sinks. My dad let me fill it up with soil and plant something, and I planted nasturtiums. I don't think I knew what they were, but they were a pretty flower, and they decorated some of the salads, and I thought that was really cool. I didn't eat the salads. I didn't like plants that much, but I did have a relationship with nasturtium. What advice do I wish that I had had as a herbal student, or when I was starting out on my herbal path? What do I wish I'd learned or done sooner? Well, I think honestly, I would say not to take myself so seriously. I used to somehow think that it was my responsibility to fix everybody's problems, and if it didn't work, that there was something wrong with what I was doing or with me. So to lighten up a little bit as a practitioner and trust the herbs more, and not feel like it's my job to fix everybody else's problems. That's very personal. That's how I roll in the world. And so I would say, as a herbalist, as a young herbalist and herbal student, it would have been useful to have been told more emphatically that you're not responsible for fixing anybody else's problems, and you're certainly not responsible if it doesn't work. Now, you are responsible for knowing your stuff and doing a good job, but you can't take on your shoulders the pain and suffering and grief and fear of all your patients. It will not work. You will not make it through. So I think for me, that would have been, I was told it, I don't think I embodied it for quite a long time. So learning to shut the door of the office and walk out and leave it behind you was a really important thing. Not taking it home, not feeling like in your off time you need to be trying to help everybody. Let's see, how did I begin to mold my herbal path as a teacher, and what was my first teaching experience? Well, my very first teaching experience was embarrassing. I was teaching for the Women's Institute, which is a kind of ladies' club that was started around in the war to help women who are at home to be more effective in growing their food and putting food by and feeding their families during wartime. So the Women's Institute in Britain, it actually exists in North America and other countries as well. It came out of Britain. They meet every week, the ladies, and they knit and crochet and have tea and cakes and talk and have speakers. So I was invited to speak to this group, and it was about 45 minutes from where I was living, so I had to take the bus. And I was terribly nervous. So I'd written out my speech and I'd more or less memorized it, and it was about 45 minutes. But on the way, on the bus, I managed to imbibe an entire large bottle of Rescue Remedy because I was so nervous. So I drank the whole thing, which was a fair whack of brandy. So I wasn't nervous anymore, but I got up to give my speech, and I guess I must have been nervous because my 45 minutes was over in about 25 minutes, and I just run through it, and not really looking up hardly. And then I looked up and looked around the room, this kind of auditorium room, not very big, and there were a number of older ladies, every single one of whom was asleep. So I guess I wasn't a very compelling speaker, and I thoroughly bored them all. And as soon as I stopped talking, they all woke up and had tea and cake. And they were very happy, and they said it was a good talk. But I remember little or nothing of it because of all the brandy. That was my introduction to teaching. Here's an interesting one. How do I retain so much information regarding clinical herbalism, and how do I store it? Notebooks, flags and reference books, or just memory? Well, Mason, that's an interesting question you've come up with. I am an old-fashioned girl. I like pen and paper, so I keep index cards of all my materia medica, so 8.5 by 5 inch cards. Sometimes there's 2 or 3 stapled together if there's a lot to learn. It means I can add anytime I learn about a herb, I've got a place to drop that little nugget, that little snippet of information. Now my students will do it digitally, but I like paper, and I like to carry those cards around. If I go to teach a class, I'll take a stack of cards and I'll teach from those cards. They're just bullet point memory jogger stuff. So some of them go back to the 1980s when I was in herb school, and I know that because they're written with an ink pen, and that was 1980s. So I definitely keep my index cards. I have a large reference library. There are tabs in some of those books. Obviously I do a lot of stuff on the internet. I do have a huge amount of information in my computer, and for better or worse I have a pack rat brain, so I seem to manage to hold on to a lot of data, not always what I want to remember or when I need to remember it. So I remember things like my 5-year-old school friend's teddy bear's name. This is not useful information anymore, but there it is. I'm quite good at trivial pursuits unless you ask me anything sporting or musical, in which case I'm not the partner you want to play with. But factoids seem to find a place to dwell in my busy brain. So a lot of it just comes out. Sometimes I don't know what I'm going to say until someone asks a question and I start to speak, and there it is. And sometimes it doesn't work. And then you go and look it up. And that's okay too. So I use all of the resources actually. Who do I go to for health advice? Well, like many of us, I don't go to myself. I'm not very good at that. I go to my sister, Dee, who is a medical herbalist in Scotland, and we keep each other on track. And if I needed more than that, I would go to Donnie Yance, who is my mentor and teacher. So that's where I apprenticed, and that's where I would go if I needed more than that. And of course my GP actually, and the healthcare professionals in my community have been great. I have a great massage therapist, craniosacral therapist, so I do that kind of self-care as well. What is my best piece of advice for running a clinical practice? Oh, that's a really interesting question. So I think it depends a lot where you're at in your journey as a herbalist. I think if you're just getting started, it's actually great to be in with another practitioner. I actually think it's great to have associates. I now have an associate in my practice, Alina Baker. She's been out of college a few years, but she came out through COVID, so it was hard to get started. And then if you don't get started right out of school, you kind of lose your nerve. So she needed that little bit of a support and push, and I was the lucky person that she applied to come and do a residency with me in my practice, and now has moved to my community, and we are associates in the clinic. And that for me is wonderful because she's picking up a lot of work that I don't have time for, but it's also good for her because she's got a ready-made practice. She's not having to go hustling for patients, and we meet twice a week to review cases and discuss the files. So I think if you're starting out, then going into an established practice as an associate of some sort for a few years is probably a really good idea, because you don't know what you don't know, and you're going to reinvent the wheel. So why not go to someone who's already figured out a lot and take what learn what you can there, and then perhaps go on your own later. I personally love having a shared practice. I've been solo, and I've been in a big multidisciplinary clinic with several rooms and several different practitioners, and I've now found a sort of happy medium. I don't want to be a solo anymore. It's a lot to hold. You need somebody to talk it over with, bounce ideas around, help each other to think differently, think outside your own limitations about what a patient could be doing. So that would be my advice, I suppose, not to think you have to do it all on your own, to see if there's a way to share the responsibilities. So what is the most versatile herb that I have used personally and that I would highly recommend? Well, so there's a little game we play sometimes called Desert Island Herbs. If you were washed up on a desert island, what 3 herbs would you have to have? If that's all you could have forevermore, there's no other herbs on the planet, and you got 3 to pick from, what would they be? And right at the top for me is going to be garlic, because first of all, I love eating it, and it's antimicrobial. It's did I say it's antimicrobial? It's antifungal. It's all those things you need on a desert island when you've got no other way of keeping your body healthy if you get scratches and bug bites and such. And I just think garlic is so powerful as a medicine, so immediately powerful. You take it and within minutes you can start to taste it in the breath, and you know that it's working in the lungs. And so I think that would be my my most versatile herb, going between food and medicine, and even sweet and savory. So I have a honey upstairs that an apprentice made for me last year with chili and garlic and honey, and it is unbelievably good. So that would be my probably one of my favorite herbs. Which herb have I found useful for a condition that is different that we would commonly understand? So I want to speak for a moment here about linden, about tilia or lime blossom. I have a beautiful big tree here, and we harvest it prolifically. Back in about 2000, maybe 2001, when I was studying for my Master of Science in Herbal Medicine, I was studying with the Scottish School of Herbal Medicine, and we did a field trip to a place in the centre of Scotland, a big old house where we stayed, and it was ground, and we were doing classes and workshops there. And we were engaged in the Goethean science model. So we were doing the practice of observing plants and subjectively experiencing them, and then objectively analyzing them, and then coming to some kind of shared conclusion of the subjective objective. It's the 7-step process of noticing nature that Goethe developed. So there were 9 or 10 of us in the cohort of the master's program, but we were sharing that weekend with more students of the Scottish school, and so there was about 28 of us, I think, and we spent the whole weekend, 3 days, studying linden. At first we didn't know what we were studying because we were blindfolded, and turned around and walked out in the woods and left for an hour or more blindfolded with trees, and each individually. It was a huge property with lots of trees. And then we had to have an experience of that tree, not knowing what it was, just experiencing it, utterly subjective. And then we went on over the 3 days to study it in all kinds of ways, from smelling it, tasting it, hugging it, reading the science on it, making the medicines from it. We ended up making a flower essence. And this is what changed for me with how I use linden. So most of us know linden as a plant for anxiety and stress and hypertension, insomnia, maybe high blood pressure, and it's a diaphoretic. But what our collective study for 3 days of this group studying this plant, what we determined is that linden's real special role that makes it very different to other plants and different to how most of us learn it in school is its capacity to heal the wounds of someone who had inadequate mothering in early childhood. So a young baby or a child that lost their mother or had a mother that was otherwise preoccupied and unable to care for the child properly, they felt unloved or abandoned. That's what linden's for. It's for healing that heart wound, that heart soreness that would come from feeling insufficiently mothered. That's how I use linden. I use it for all the other things as well, but that's definitely how I use linden. Okay, so this is a controversial question. What are my thoughts about the regulation of herbs, herbalists? I think I need a drink for this one. It's just water. So my thoughts about the regulation of herbalists is I am conflicted. I don't think that all of it should always be a free-for-all. There are lives on the line. There are poisonous plants that are massively effective if used properly, but not useful otherwise. There are conditions that are very amenable to very simple herbal remedies, and there are other things that really do need some expertise and accountability. And I think that's perhaps the thing that's missing. If you don't have regulation, you don't have accountability. And when you're talking about medicine and when you're talking about lives, you need accountability. The patient, the customer needs to know that you have some level of responsibility and appropriate training for what you're attempting to do. So I'm in no way saying that we should regulate all herbalists across the board always. Like, I'm totally in favor of the community herbalists and the folk herbalists and all of that. But I do think that if you're going to claim to be a clinician, a clinical herbalist, where you're actually working with patients and diseases, then I do think that some kind of regulation is appropriate. What the herbal community has landed on is self-regulation, which is fine, but it is optional and voluntary. And I'm not in any way saying that we should go beyond that and look for licensing. That's a very controversial topic, and I'm certainly not going to open that Pandora's box right now. But I do think that at the least, people who are clinicians should join a professional association and meet the educational standards and abide by that code of ethics and work within the scope of practice that that association will have established. I think that is the least that we should be expected to offer to our patients. They are vulnerable, trusting, and paying good money. So you need to measure up to that and show up in a really professional way. And if regulation is what you call it, then that's just a word really for actually being responsible and accountable for your actions. And so, yes, I'm in favor of that. I'm not saying that I'm in favor of licensing, which is a government imposed different kind of thing. Self-regulation is what herbalists have done so far, and it seems to be working. And what is my vision or dream for the future of herbalism and herbal medicine? Well, that is our last question, and that's a big question. My vision or dream. I would love to see herbal medicine holding its head up high in the world of healthcare. I feel like we undermine our own value by not taking ourselves seriously enough and not being professional enough and not being accountable enough. And I think it is a pity that we don't let the plants do what they really can do because we get in the way of that. So my vision would be that herbal medicine is as widely practiced as any of the other healing arts and as reputable and respectable as any of the other healing arts. I would love to see it more integrated into the mainstream model. Certainly in the UK, that has happened to some extent. There are shared medical/herbal practices now under the National Health Service where practitioners, herbalists, work in medical clinics. They work in hospitals. The Whips Cross Training Clinic is a herbal medicine training clinic in a hospital in London. So I think that's exciting. I think that might be the way of the future. It certainly isn't the way it is in Canada where I live right now. Right now we're just trying to keep access to herbs. So it's one thing to talk about regulation of herbalists. It's something else to talk about regulation of herbs. And it's quite easy to see how the practice of herbal medicine is being decimated by the difficulties of getting our products and practicing within the law of the products, not the practice per se, but the access to the herbs and finding good, sustainable herb suppliers. So if I had kids today and they were asking me, Mom, what I should do for my career, I would say, become a herb farmer, because we need you. We need more herbs grown sustainably, grown responsibly. And so again, part of my vision would be not just herbalists and herbal medicine more embraced by mainstream, but also that more people go into farming and growing the herbs and providing the raw materials for the herbalists to do their work. We can't do well if the herbs are not there for us. So it's a really big, important part of being a herbalist is to find sustainable sources and reputable suppliers and consider growing as much of your own medicine as you can. And that is the end of our 10 questions for 10,000 subscribers for HerbRally. Thank you so much for listening. I hope that was entertaining. And if you haven't subscribed yet, go ahead and hit the button.
I'm Thomas Easley, a clinical herbalist, author, and founder of the Eclectic School of Herbal Medicine. I'm here answering 10 questions about herbal medicine to celebrate HerbRally hitting 10,000 subscribers. Let's dive in. Question 1. Did you choose this path, or did the path of being an herbalist choose you? When I was 13 years old, my twin sister got sick. And to make a long story short, multiple doctors didn't help, but a folk herbalist did. Within a year, my mom had opened a small community herb shop in rural Alabama, and an herbalist came in a couple of weekends a month to see folks. I started working the herb shop, and I read everything I could get a hold of, and I sat with my first teacher in consultation a couple of weekends a month to for 5 years. The last couple of years of my apprenticeship, I attended a community college and I started giving friends herbal remedies. After college, I decided to pursue other interests besides herbalism, and my life rapidly fell apart. None of my plans worked out, my girlfriend broke up with me, and I spent the summer aimlessly driving dirt roads trying to figure life out. My teacher called me, somewhat out of the blue, and said, "I've been thinking about it, and you're an herbalist now. I don't have much left to teach you, and I think you should open a practice." That same day, or maybe a day or two later, I saw a little building for rent in my hometown, and I had a thought, that would make a really cute herb shop. I was 19 years old with no money, but I couldn't resist calling the number on the for rent sign. The owner turned out to be a retired pharmacist who knew my granddad. He gave me 6 months of free rent and half-priced rent the following 6 months. An elderly herb shop owner just a few towns over, who I had helped with some health problems, also decided to retire and gave me her inventory for free. And thanks for helping her. So I opened a community herb shop with less than $1,000 up front, and I spent the next couple of years honing my craft in a community setting and getting a crash course in running a business. Life conspired to make me an herbalist, and I am grateful every day that a young and dumb version of me paused to listen and take a chance on one of life's less traveled paths. Question 2. What advice do you wish you had as an herb student? So this is a good one. I was originally trained in a type of folk herbalism with a very strong emphasis on home remedies, energetics, and tissue states. I practiced for around 5 years in this model before diving into nutrition, functional medicine, and the basic medical sciences, all of which greatly improved my clinical efficacy. As an educator, I know how hard it is to balance the teaching of the art versus the science. But looking back after almost 25 years of active clinical practice, and I do wish my early teachers had emphasized the importance of the sciences more. Question 3. What's your best piece of advice for running a clinical practice? Be present and consistent. Show up regularly and give your full attention to each client. Listen actively. Really hear what your clients are saying about their health and their experiences. Keep detailed records. Take meticulous notes on each case to track progress and inform interventions. Whatever you do, ensure you get to follow-up appointments. Do whatever it takes to get clients back in for their rechecks, because it's all theoretical bullshit until that first recheck. Educate your clients. Use each session as an opportunity to teach. This empowers clients and improves health outcomes. And finally, know your limits. Understand what you know, and more importantly, recognize what you don't know. This is really difficult to develop without extensive clinical experience. So I think that if you're starting a practice, you should have a mentor or some type of clinical support in place. When I first started my practice, I called my teacher almost every day. Even after 5 years of training, I had a mentor I ran case questions by for the first 6 or 7 years of my practice, especially those complicated cases. I think all of these can lead to building a better practice. Question 4. How did you begin to mold your herbal path as a teacher, and what were your first teaching experiences like? My path as a teacher began at the same time as my path as a clinician. In fact, I'd argue that if you aren't doing many educational classes in clinic, you're missing out on a massive health building opportunity. In clinic, spontaneous classes on basic topics like hydration, diabetes, hypertension, healthy eating, these topics come up and also lend themselves to community class format. My first 2 years in practice, I held weekly free classes on the basics at my community herb shop. Just a handful of classes that I repeated over and over again. I also come from a tradition in which you don't really teach anything but the basics until you've been in active practice for a few years. After I had been practicing for a few years, my first teacher held a mini conference and invited me to speak on prostate issues and erectile dysfunction. I was so excited to have my first big teaching opportunity that I immediately said yes and started working on my classes, and I really didn't pay much attention to the details of the little conference. I woke early that morning, drove about 3 hours, and I arrived at the conference location where I was one of the first speakers. What I didn't realize until I arrived was that the conference was being held at a large church and was attended by mostly churchgoers. I was in my early 20s and had prepped classes that went into detailed descriptions on all of the tissues and issues involved in erections and ejaculation. And so I went up to the pulpit and while turning brighter and brighter shades of red, delivered a pretty graphic and thorough class on penis problems to a packed house of mostly church grannies. Question 5. Who do you go to for health advice? So I have a mainstream cardiologist who also acts as my GP, but I often run miscellaneous health challenges by my practice partner, Shana Weddington, my clinic director, Mel Casting, or one of my graduates, former instructors, Forrest Chalmers. The last time I had a challenge I couldn't get ahead of by myself, I did convince Jim McDonald to be my herbalist, which was most helpful. Question 6. What is the one thing you do daily to practice your craft? So this is a tough one for me to narrow down because herbal medicine isn't just my profession, it's also my special interest. So I'm almost always thinking about some aspect of herbal medicine. A difficult case I've recently seen, a complex concept I'm teaching or trying to write about, a plant I wish I knew more about. I guess if I try to narrow this answer down to just one practice, I try to critically reflect upon my understanding of at least one health problem and one plant most days. Question 7. What is your favorite resource for learning herbalism? So my answer now is maybe a little different because of recent advances in machine learning than it would have been in the past. I now have a custom AI trained on historical herbal literature that I can walk around and talk to, which is a really fun way to explore archaic literature and learn more about our herbal traditions. But before AI, I can say that I have spent more time on Henrietta Kress's website and Michael Moore's website than I can count. I bet I've spent like a year of my life searching through Henrietta's website and all of the old books that she has there. The value of what she did starting in the late 90s, scanning by hand thousands of pages of some of the best literature in Western herbalism, and then making it all free and searchable and cross-referenced, can't be understated. Eternal gratitude for Henrietta, and everybody should check out her website. Question 8. What are your thoughts about the regulation of herbalists? So I'm going to limit this answer to U.S. herbalism, and my thoughts on the potential regulation of herbalists in the U.S. are really complex, but ultimately a bit of a moot point. I don't believe there's the political will to regulate herbalists, and I don't think U.S. herbalists are well enough organized for self-regulation. I don't see any of that changing. This does leave the average person in a predicament because there's currently no easy way for potential clients to gauge the competency of an herbalist. There are herbalists out there right now who regularly make dangerous recommendations. Herbalists can and do hurt folks. Outside of extreme circumstances, like when an herbalist kills someone and faces legal repercussions, there's little to no accountability in U.S. herbalism. Now, part of this issue is inherent to individualized medicine in general. Modern biomedicine is set up to focus on population-level data and standardized treatments, and this approach allows for large-scale studies and very clear guidelines and consistent outcomes across large groups of people. It's easier to regulate and validate treatments that work for the majority, but I will note that what works for the majority isn't always appropriate for everyone. In contrast, herbalism takes a more individualized approach. Herbalists may tailor their recommendations based on a person's unique constitution or symptom pattern or lifestyle or other individual factors. This personalized approach can be beneficial for addressing the nuances of an individual's health, but it's much harder to study, to standardize, or to regulate in any modern sense. Historically, the challenges of regulating individualized practices were addressed through other means. Apprenticeship systems were really common, where practitioners trained under experienced mentors for extended periods. This allowed for the transmission of very nuanced, individualized approaches and clinical judgment. The quality of one's training and the reputation of their teachers or lineage served as a form of quality control. You came from this school, you studied from this teacher, you're probably pretty competent. In some cultures, practitioners organize themselves into guilds or similar professional organizations. This dates back to the ancient Sumerians. These groups often maintained their own standards and could provide a level of oversight and accountability. This self-regulation helped to maintain quality and ethical standards within the profession. However, these traditional methods of quality control don't easily translate to our modern globalized society. This leaves us in a situation where the individualized nature of herbalism makes it challenging to satisfy both the desire for safety and accountability and the inherently individualized nature of the practice. With this context in mind, I think organizations like the American Herbalist Guild might play a role. While not a regulatory body, the AHG provides a form of voluntary professional self-regulation through its rigorous peer-reviewed registration process for registered herbalists. This process involves a diverse committee of some of the most experienced herbalists in the country assessing the safety and competency of individual applicants. Through the RH process, and by maintaining high standards for education and ethical practice, the HG offers at least one way for the public to identify safe and competent practitioners, which I think is right now a much better option than any form of regulation. Question 9. What herbs would you suggest to keep joints healthy as we age? This is a juicy one because what seems like a simple question that I could just answer with Solomon's Hill might actually be really complex. Let's imagine for a minute that there was a magical herb that we could take daily that would prevent age-related joint issues. With 8 billion people alive, most of whom will age and be at risk of joint problems, what types of ecological pressures would exist on this magical herb? If everyone needs to take it every day, could we cultivate enough? Is it one of those herbs that can't be cultivated and needs to be wildcrafted? Would we be okay with 1,000-acre monocrops of this magical plant all over the place? What level of therapeutic efficacy would justify the ecological impact? I think of questions a little differently than some herbalists. I think a better question might be, what can we do to prevent needing herbs for our joints as we age? The answer to that is simple. More movement, more walking. Being sedentary is much harder on your joints than being active. When you move your joints, you create friction that stimulates tissue repair. The less the movement, the less the repair. Which brings me to a final thought. When we're faced with a health challenge, what would happen if instead of focusing first on the herbal remedies for that problem, we focused on more deeply understanding the problem? For me, the better I understand a health challenge, the less of my plant friends I have to use to address it. I see the study of physiology, pathology, and pathophysiology as an essential part of my pathway to herbal sustainability. 10th and last question. What is your favorite herb that you use most often? This is like the hardest question for herbalists to narrow down. I will say that right now, like this week, An herb that I use regularly and love is lavender. Lavender is a bitter aromatic with well-made tinctures capturing both the bitter and aromatic components. So I might use lavender tincture as a digestive bitter for people that need stimulation of those bitter receptors. And I might use it for people that need that stimulation and also need to chill and relax. I like the English lavender oil capsules that are widely available now. They can be pretty quickly relaxing when taken acutely, but when taken regularly over time, they improve stress resilience probably via the serotonergic system. Because they work on the serotonin system, they should be used cautiously with SSRIs and probably avoided by those with bipolar disorder. In the old pharmacopoeias, there's a fabulous recipe for spirit of lavender, where you distill a lavender and spice tincture, bringing out the subtle aromatics. I keep a bottle of spirit of lavender on my desk as a non-sedating relaxant. Lavender rocks. If you'd like to learn more about my approach, I've just released for free an 80-page comprehensive philosophy of herbal medicine that you can find on our website, eclecticschoolofherbalmedicine.com. Finally, a special thanks to HerbRally for asking great questions and giving me an opportunity to ramble. Catch you next video.
Hi there, my name is Larken Bunce, and I'm one of the co-founders and current executive director at Vermont Center for Integrative Herbalism. I'm a clinical herbalist and teacher, and also a somatics practitioner. We founded VCIH about 17 years ago. This is our 18th year, and so I've been teaching, developing curriculum, and training folks to become clinical herbalists and community herbalists, and to develop relationship with plants for all that time. I've been someone who calls himself an herbalist for about 30 years, studying formally during that time, but I've really been a person who loves plants and relates to plants as family for my whole life. I was lucky to be raised by parents who had those same kinds of relationships with plants and who looked to them for healing and relationship. So I'm excited to talk to you about 10 questions that are interesting about herbal medicine to me today. And if you're interested in learning more from me or studying with me, you can check out VCIH, or Vermont Center for Integrative Herbalism. We have training programs these days that you can attend without ever coming to Vermont, though we are centered in Vermont, and we do have an online or an in-person apprenticeship. And the rest of our programs are hybrid programs. So you come to campus twice a year if you're able and would like to, or 2 6-day intensives, and otherwise everything else is conducted live on Zoom. So I encourage you to check that out at vtherbcenter.org. You can also check out my more personal work outside of VCIH, which includes somatic coaching for practitioners in particular, but I also work with individuals for non-practitioner type concerns and accompaniment. And also I teach classes outside of VCIH as well. 2 very interesting ones coming up are around assessment that I'm doing with Sovereignty Herbs and Erica Galantin in July. And I'm also doing a Somatics for Practitioners series over the course of 4 weeks in October. So check those out on Sovereignty Herbs if you're interested, and check out VCIH and some of the programming that we're offering there. I'm also doing a tongue assessment series in July at VCIH. So if you're interested in getting a bit more foundation into assessment in general and tongue assessment specifically, I'm doing a 4-week tongue assessment training that's online, and that's at vtherbcenter.org. What are some recommendations for how clinical herbalists can build a client base? My best recommendation for how clinical herbalists can build a client base is to teach. By far, the most clear way that people understood what I had to offer when I was starting out, and still to this day, is through coming to engage with me in a more general sense, in a less pressure sense, in a less focused on them sense, through a workshop or, you know, some kind of conference, event, etc. That's been always the easiest way for people to sort of test out what an herbalist's kind of philosophy is, what their style is, to see if they like them as a person. And it's also a great way for you to get your philosophy across, you know, and to kind of give folks a sense of how you might be as a clinician, and what your priorities and intentions are. But it's really, you know, everything from just people seeing, you know, your offering out in the world, kind of just advertisement. It gets your name in front of folks repeatedly. And then again, if they actually are able to come and engage, they're going to learn something, take something away, which is such a bonus. And I really can't remember a time when I've taught a class, workshop, conference, you know, event, or an online program where someone didn't contact me afterwards or come up to me afterwards and say, hey, I've got this going on. Do you see clients? Obviously, telling folks that you see clients and that you're happy to work with them, and teaching about what you especially want to work with clients around is a good way to go about it. But you don't have to. It's often, you know, I've been doing an herb walk before and people are like, do you see clients? I feel like we would be a good fit. So sometimes it's the content that really does the work for you, but other times it is really just about people getting to know who you are, which doesn't come across necessarily through, you know, marketing or through your kind of polished delivery that you might have outside of a class setting. So yeah, teach what you know, teach what you love, teach what you're good at. And people will come. Second question. How did you begin to mold your herbal path as a teacher, and what were your first teaching experiences like? I grew up with teachers in my family and librarians. So I kind of knew early on that I would be a person that would probably talk to folks about things. I kind of have the orientation to spreading information. I love knowledge. I love understanding things, and I love what happens when other people, you know, understand things, when I can help facilitate that. And so witnessing that in my family and sort of value on that led me to teach workshops and share just what I knew at the time, starting, you know, in my early 20s. So I've been teaching for 30 years in one way or another, but of course in the beginning it was much more, you know, just kind of peer sharing about, you know, basic herbal type information, plant knowledge, things like that. And over time has become more about helping people, not just to support themselves, but helping folks become the people who teach and who are clinicians and are really then directly working with folks around their health. And I feel really proud to say that there are so many people out there who I've been part of their path and their journey to become teachers and to become clinicians, which is very gratifying. So yeah, I think in terms of, you know, what I would give in terms of advice or just how folks might carve out a teaching path, I think doing some of what I did, which is, yeah, teach what you know, teach what you've experienced with, teach what comes with your passion and excitement. You know, everyone always says you want to try to teach things that your audience needs or wants, and that's absolutely true. But if it's not something you also feel passionate and excited about, then the work that you need to do to be a good teacher of that subject can be more challenging, and also the ways in which your passion really comes through and makes what you're teaching exciting and engaging is really important. So you can have incredible content, and if it doesn't feel exciting or juicy or meaningful or inspiring to you, if you don't want to keep learning about it, it's much less likely to be any of those things for folks who are listening. So I just am a big fan of following what I'm excited about, what I want to learn more about. The best way to learn things is to teach about them. So start with a seed of things you know. And for me, a big part of how I've learned is to kind of build on my knowledge through pushing myself as a teacher. So wanting to always be on something solid that I understand, but then, you know, each class I teach gives me an opportunity to update my knowledge, dig into research, look at further resources, kind of explore what other herbalists do, what other specialties that are not herbal medicine do and think, and, you know, bring those things together into a conversation, you know, that I'm kind of sharing with people like, hey, I was just looking at this sort of body of information, whether it's, you know, written or kind of just in the kind of herbal information environment, pulling it together and saying like, I was listening in on this conversation, basically, like I want you to kind of have you all join into it. And again, that is so invitational and so I find much more engaging than just sort of let me deliver to you, you know, what I know or have done for, you know, 20 years. And this is it, you know, this is kind of becomes sort of fixed and frankly, a little stale. So I have things that I've taught for 30 years at this point that I'm still not bored of because I am still learning about it or I'm still exploring. You know, once you have a solid foundation in one place, you can easily build on top of it and bring in other information and knowledge and ideas, even provide ideas that are maybe counter to what you're doing or kind of give a different perspective. So yeah, I think it has to be something that you love, that you're excited about, that you just feel genuinely curious about. And then that always makes other people more genuinely curious and want to listen and want to engage. So I think that's my advice for anybody who's thinking about teaching or kind of in the beginning. Maybe you're like, I think everyone's telling me they really just want to know about whatever digestive health, and I'm not that excited about it, but it seems like that's what quote sells, or that's what, you know, the market seems to be suggesting. And yeah, we do, if that's how you're trying to support yourself, you do need to listen to that, but you still just have to find a way to make it what you love. That's important, because that's what ultimately will have people excited to listen to you again and to work with you as a clinician, if that's what you're doing, and to learn more from you in other ways. So bring the passion. Let's see. Which herb have you found useful for a condition that is different from what we commonly understand and accept as its healing property? And how did you use it? This is always a tricky question because I don't really know everything that everybody does, of course. So maybe lots of other people do use it this way. And because I'm a teacher and have been teaching for so long, some of my like weird uses are now a little more common in sort of the circles of my students, at least. And so I'm not 100% sure this is definitely super unique, but I use eleuthero or Eleutherococcus sintacoccus as not just an adaptogen, which I actually use it as an adaptogen, I think, less than most folks, but also as an immune stimulant in acute situations. It actually has some research that puts it on par, close in proximity in terms of short-term immune stimulating effect with echinacea. And so I learned that when I was first kind of really exploring this plant to be able to teach about it. And so I started trying that out and found it to be quite useful in that regard. And it's helpful, you know, when you get multiple sort of actions out of a plant, obviously, as they all have, but, you know, oftentimes needing immune stimulation alongside of an adaptogenic effect is, you know, that's a common need. So for me, the main place that I've actually employed it is where folks have immunosuppression and otherwise are not experiencing a lot of ease around energy or feeling pretty maladaptive or kind of low capacity, not able to adapt to the level of need or sort of what's being required of them, not just immunologically, but in general, like stress and, you know, life responsibilities, etc. So eleuthero can be lovely as a like less stimulating adaptogen, and by less I mean less than rhodiola, for example, or even schizandra. So it can kind of give a bit of support for folks, and I would always use that with more nourishing and building adaptogens and other similar plants if someone was really quite exhausted. But it can be supportive there where also a person keeps getting sick and needs something acute, you know, for acute support in the moment. So I use it actually in folks who are, you know, historically it would be kept getting the flu repeatedly or kept being, you know, having a cold. These days I'm using it where folks are seeing more frequent RSV, certainly COVID, of course. So just something, you know, to kind of pull out at the first sign of, I'm not sure what this is, but I'm having some symptoms. I might use it also sort of prophylactically. I'm not saying it's a preventive at all necessarily, but just to kind of keep immune function up. And I like that so that I'm not just always using echinacea for that purpose, as we all, you know, there's disagreement. Everyone has different opinions about whether echinacea can or should be used kind of consistently if it has some, you know, diminished returns in that regard. So I like eleuthero a little better for kind of more long-term use or to weave in with other kind of immune stimulants. But the other place that I like it a lot, and that's actually paired with echinacea, is for tick bite. So folks worried about Lyme, as we all are here in the Northeast, and the co-infections. So at the sign of bite, as soon as it's tick's been removed, I'll start oral eleuthero plus echinacea. And I usually put some licorice in there to make it taste less terrible, but it's actually not too bad. So that's my maybe unique-ish use for eleuthero. All righty. How about stress relief tea? So I work a lot with stress, mental health, trauma. These are kind of my focuses. So I have many formulas that I've created over the years. I have a lot of go-to plants. And, you know, it's always going to be a struggle to get a specific formula or favorite plant for those purposes out of me. But I really thought about it and thought, what would be a tea that I might recommend to a kind of wide swath of folks who are just like, I just kind of want to feel like I can relax and show up, be present, enjoy connecting with people or find some pleasure relating to plants or just kind of be more present to myself. That's really how I think about stress. It's like being able to be as present as possible, or the lack of stress or less stress is being able to be as present as possible and to really get to be a little bit more available for what brings you joy, for a little more comfort, a little more ease, a little more sense of your purpose or, yeah, what you're here for. So that can look all kinds of ways for different people, right? Some people need a bit more kind of enlivening to reach that place, and some folks need a bit more relaxation and kind of opening to reach that. So it depends is the answer, really. But there are plants that we as herbalists might refer to as amphoteric, maybe amphoteric nervines, that are both kind of enlivening and awakening and also relaxing and settling. And in particular, while there are lots of those non-aromatic nervines that are more bitter, that work wonderfully, I find that to get that amphoteric effect, often I'm using at least some, we're working with some of the more aromatic nervines, because they can both brighten and liven, kind of uplift and disperse, and then also relax and, help to kind of settle and ease us. So when I don't know how a person got there, I kind of also don't always know what the road through that would be. So I'm looking for that kind of amphoteric formula. So for me, it's the lemon friends. So I do use lemon balm, Melissa officinalis, but I don't use it as much as I use lemon verbena and lemongrass. And while those are not local to me in Vermont, I do grow them every year, and I am able to get a really nice harvest with growing them outside and then bringing them in and overwintering them. So I really recommend everybody grow a little bit of lemon verbena and lemongrass if you can. So I combine those two in usually equal parts with some anise or fennel. I find the flavor, if you like that flavor, to be a really nice complement. It kind of rounds out those two lemon friends. And if you love lemon balm and have a ton of it, absolutely, you could bring that in as a third or replacement for one of the others. And then I'll usually blend in some licorice. That's just because I'm a dry guy, and all of those are kind of dry plants. And for me, stress definitely comes more when I'm more dry. And also a great anti-inflammatory. So I usually add that in, but if you don't love that flavor either, or if you just don't want the sweetness, I do try to find some way to moisten up the formula. So you might combine some mallow, just like a big chunk of mallow leaf or root. You might also really just throw a teaspoon of flax seeds into the formula when you make it, and that, just per cup. That really also creates a beautiful kind of mouthfeel, soft mouthfeel, and balances some of the real drying nature of lemon balm and lemon verbena. And then the other plants that I will play with, depending on the person and what they like, is either rose or lavender. Both play well. If you like both, you could add both. But both play well with the lemon verbena and the lemongrass, and that kind of anisey, fennel-y flavor, and also kind of has that uplifting and brightening effect, while also being beautifully relaxing and kind of holding that energy of holding the heart that we, of course, all associate with rose. So lemon verbena and lemongrass as my amphoteric nervines. They have a ton of traditional use in the places in the world that they've been used over time, which includes lots of the sort of Mediterranean and lots of North Africa, the Swana region, definitely lots of tradition of use in northeastern, Western Europe in general, because of import and sort of moving of that knowledge over time. So, and of course, lots of use of lemongrass in South Asian and East Asian medicine and cuisine. So lots of good traditions with those plants. And I'm sure others that I haven't mentioned, but just to name that if you want to learn more about them, those are lots of places to look outside of kind of typical, quote, Western or books or sources. All right. Let's see. How about how long did you study plant medicine before feeling qualified to call yourself an herbalist? Big question. As I mentioned in my intro, I had parents who loved herbs and studied herbalism themselves and applied it, you know, in their own lives, and then to me as a kid, with me as a kid. So I was aware of plant medicine from the beginning of my awareness. I didn't really know there was necessarily a thing called an herbalist until maybe as a teenager. And I started reading herb books. Then I studied, probably my first formal herb class was in college. And I think that I didn't really say I was an herbalist until at some point in college or right after. And I think that for me, it's not about being qualified. And I would never say that about anybody being sort of qualified or not. To me, herbalist is kind of a less of a qualification and more of a commitment. So it's about, for me, saying like, I think I'm kind of taking this step of officially saying I'm committed to the plants. And I'm committed to being a person that helps support other people to be in more deep relationship with plants. So while yes, I questioned at times over my life of this work and, you know, doing different courses or studying with different teachers, like, am I there yet in some kind of way? It wasn't, am I there yet as an herbalist, but am I there yet to say, I'm going to do herbal work in this particular way? In other words, there, you know, is some level of qualification to take on the responsibility of supporting someone's health when they have serious health concerns, when they have ongoing, even life-threatening health concerns, when you're charging them money to do it, when you're integrating in part of their healthcare team. There's things that you need to have competency with. And you can get that competency in all kinds of ways. You can go to herb school, you can do apprenticeship, even self-study for much of that work is possible if you're diligent. So I don't think there's like a specific way even that you have to come to that level of competence. But for me, we can be an herbalist, a person can be an herbalist at any level of competence if there is that commitment, if there is that sort of statement to yourself and to the plants and to your community that you're committed to being one of the people who sort of creates and maintains and supports relationship with the plants or the people around you, or with the people around you. So I think I've been calling myself an herbalist and hopefully being able to do that work, I think, of living that commitment for about 30 years. Hopefully 30 more. What is the one thing you do daily to practice your craft? That is a tricky question. I wasn't sure if I would answer it. But I think I don't do it daily because I'm in Vermont where the weather is not very agreeable for this to be throughout the year. But for every moment that there is bare ground, which is about 8 months of the year if we're lucky, I make bouquets. So even though bouquets are not necessarily always medicinal from like the plants being, you know, herbs, to me, just really the pleasure and the beauty And the relationship with the plants, because they're outside my house, has me tending to them and being with them in a daily way. To me, all of that really keeps me in the joy and in the, again, relationship in a way that, making formulas or even teaching other people how to make formulas or, understanding health conditions and, all that juicy stuff, teaching about the plants, all that has a level, especially after so many years, can have a level of, stress or pressure. It has a sense of, there's a lot of intellectual engagement that has to happen, which of course there's something wrong with. But again, as I said about the teaching question, like teach what you love, teach what you feel passionate about. And for me, having this relationship that doesn't involve my brain really, or doesn't require my brain, it really just requires my senses, my heart, my love, my embodied joy with the plants. That is important nourishment for me so that I can also be engaging my brain, and I can also, manage and hold and have greater capacity for the stress and pressure of being in this world right now, just as a person, but as an herbalist and as a teacher and, holder of a community. So bouquets, my bouquet medicine practice is actually an incredibly important gift, really, to me, that I engage at least 3 times a week, I would say, and then I enjoy them every day in between. Who do I go to for health advice? It's an interesting one, and it's changed over time. I think that the longer I am an herbalist and a practitioner and someone who other people go to advice for, the more I, have the knowledge that I think mostly I need for non-medical or like not Western medical information. Certainly, I will also, ask peers and colleagues, herbalist friends, to weigh in because, we're often not our best doctor or often not our best practitioner. We need that outside perspective and just the support and care. We don't have to do it on our own. But usually there's not a ton of new information that's herb related or sort of diet and supplement related. What I'm mostly interested in getting is perspectives that are outside of what I might suggest, right? Or what an herbalist might suggest. I really strongly believe in an integrative approach. I think that what we call Western medicine or conventional, or I call technological medicine, which is very specialized, it has incredible diagnostic capacity. It has an incredible level of ability to do life-saving care where that's necessary, and that's been necessary in my life, my family and friends' lives. Pharmaceuticals can be incredible. Of course, all of those things can be used inappropriately, and there's access issues with all of those, where a lot of us don't have consistent ability to get those for all kinds of reasons, financial being a big one. So all of that said, the places where it's been helpful, it is, useful to have medical information. That's really what I want. I want that good deep diagnostic information that's different from what I can come up with through maybe more traditional assessment methods or just my more kind of holistic assessment kind of brain, the way I might be thinking about it. I want that totally kind of different angle. It's not really a completely different set of information, but it's just using a different language and a way of asking different questions than I would or than herbalists tend to. I just think it's really, really helpful and important. And so, yeah, I'm a big fan of integrative medicine at this point in my life. And so I have a great integrative doc, and I have a lot of specialists who I don't think would even consider themselves integrative, but their care fits well within the context of the larger kind of web of care that I create for myself. And I recognize I'm really privileged to be able to do that, to have a community of practitioners that's really open and collaborative, and that I have access to that. So yeah, pretty much I have seeking advice that I think a lot of herbalists or maybe herb students would be surprised. But I'd say, always having at least one really trusted friend and colleague that you can kind of bounce things off of so that you're not in your own healthcare journey all by yourself is really important. So do seek advice. If you don't have doctors that you can trust or who respect or, really hold you in the way that I'm lucky to, I'd also say, don't feel like you have to integrate that just for the sake of being integrative, right? That's important too. We have to have it coming in a context that's really able to receive and feel like it respects what we need and our priorities too. Next question. What does the herbalism industry need most right now to evolve positively besides more herbalists? I feel like I might be a little contrarian with this answer. And I want to say I'm very, very respectful of my many colleagues who are more in what we call the herbal industry. I guess I'm part of the herbal education industry in a way, but in terms of supplements and herbal products and the world herb trade, that aspect of the industry, I think while there are so many great efforts being put into figuring out how to have fair trade and attention to exploitive labor practices and trying to make sure that, wildcrafted plants are being done in a sustainable way, an ethical way, that there's right relationship with the communities and, of growers and of harvesters. I think ultimately that the industry, most industries on a global scale, which includes the herb industry, feel like they're on an unsustainable path. And so I worry about the commodification of plants just as beings and how globalized it has become, while of course I appreciate being able to access plants from all over the world. I think that it will eventually become necessary and it would be ideal if we didn't wait until we didn't have a choice to make it less of an industry and more localized and more bioregional and more about trade and work with plants that are closer to us and that we can have a better sense of the relationship of the people and the responsibility of the people who are trading in those plants to the ecosystems that they're part of and to the communities that really tend those plants and the farmers. And yeah, it just feels very complex. And I think, that level of just taking some time to really self-reflect as herbalists, people who love the plants and love the planet and want people to be well, that we need to kind of start like before now, but here we are asking some of those harder questions about, can an industry that trades in isolated parts of an ecology actually be sustainable? And if not, then how do we continue this beautiful, important relationship of humans with plants all over the world in a way that honors who they are and contributes to the health and well-being of all of us equally. I don't have the answer, but I think asking those questions and related questions by people who are doing that work directly, and in communities who are most affected by that, the harms of those questions not being asked. Yeah, that's kind of where I feel like the industry needs to go. And I invite us all to be in that as much as possible. What's your favorite part of being an herbalist and your big why that keeps you learning and growing? Great question. I think that my favorite part about being an herbalist is those moments when people really, whether I'm teaching or I'm in clinic, where people really feel that sort of waking up to the personhood of plants, like the way that it shifts from being about how the plants can help them or can be a healing sort of material, and moves much more towards like they're these beings that are actually part of our ecology, that have their own history of life here on this planet. They're older than we are evolutionarily, and that there's so much that we don't know about them. We talk a lot as herbalists about like the wisdom of plants, which I really deeply believe in on a spiritual level and on a philosophical level, but also really on a biological level. There's incredible wisdom in the way that their chemistry is able to interact for, to support its own, plant's own sort of life processes, but also able to interact with other species systems in the ways that we see it does for us and for other animals and insects and birds, etc. But also the ways they interact with each other, just all the communication that happens that we don't fully understand yet, but we're starting to get a little bit of the glimpse, or at least science, so-called Western science, is really kind of starting to say like, oh, here's ways we can understand that in kind of our modern context. We also know there have been all kinds of ways that it's been understood by people over time, and herbalists have often held that knowledge and told those stories. And I love being able to be one of those people who's figuring out the best ways for each person to really hear the stories of plants, to like, is it through a scientific kind of like chemistry lens, pharmacology? Is it through a more spiritual kind of like energetic perspective? Is it as a relationship, like this plant is a person who has its own personality and their own purpose, and we get to interact with that in the same way we would with another human person. Whatever the language is, or whatever kind of the narrative that hooks people, I love when they finally get it and they're like, oh, this plant is my friend, or this plant is my teacher, or this plant is like my helper, or this plant is like holding me to account. I just think it's beautiful, and it's a way in which our kind of the overculture here, in North America, Turtle Island, is really missing. It's missing that sense of relationship and belongingness, and like really like being held by more than other humans, which even that we're really missing in a good way. We just lack a density of connection. And when we count only on people, which is so complicated for so many of us, then we end up feeling really isolated and alone. And if we just really tune our senses and our hearts and our minds to all the other beings, especially plant beings that we can connect to, the network gets real thick real fast. The connectivity gets so much more rich. There's so much more available to us to feel tethered and to feel belonging. I love that. What is your vision or dream of the future of herbalism and herbal medicine events? Big dream, big vision. I dream of an herbalism that is not just one herbalism, that it's pluralistic, that it is diverse ecology of many different practitioners, practices, lineages, equally practicing side by side, visible, respected, able to exchange information and knowledge from a place of integrity, where resources and visibility and care are given to each and every tradition. Where indigenous herbalists are uplifted and their plants are protected, where Black herbalists are uplifted, where herbalists of the global majority who find themselves practicing on this land and in our larger herbal community are uplifted and respected and particularly honored for all of the ways in which non-European traditions are in the foundations and the very roots of what we call Western herbalism. That there's visibility, that there's conversation, that there's material reparation, an herbalism that has justice in mind, that has a healing and a reckoning, healing of history, the ways that so much harm and injustice is woven into the fabric of our culture, and so therefore, of course, our medicine. And we might like to think that we've escaped it, but that is not possible to do without real intentional effort. And my dream is that we come to that work together and really lean into it, taking up the roles that we each have and the responsibilities that we each have based on the position and orientation we have to power and privilege in this country and within this community of practice. So I dream of herbalism that is rich, built on relationship, oriented to relationship and reciprocity with the land, protection of the land, return of the land to indigenous people, support from all of us for land back. And based on that, then we get trauma-informed herbalism. We get herbalism that centers disability justice. We get herbalism that is gender expansive and affirming of trans and non-binary folks, that's inclusive and affirming of neurodiversity and of queerness. We get this incredible, again, wildly diverse garden of many, many voices and many, many wisdoms. When the most marginalized are centered, everyone flourishes. And in my dream of herbalism, we will all flourish if we're able to really embody that lesson. Thanks so much for listening. It's been great sharing some thoughts with you. If you're interested in studying with me more, you can definitely check out Vermont Center for Integrative Herbalism online at vtherbcenter.org. We've got our Roots Apprenticeship in person in Vermont from April through November next year. If you want to think about the family or clinical programs, they start in February and our applications are due August 15th. So head to our website to apply or get in touch to learn more. If you're interested in studying more short-term just with me, you can find more on my website, larkenbunce.com. I've got some fun stuff coming up in July and then again in October. In July, you can check out some assessment courses. One with Sovereignty Herbs, which is Erica Galantin's wonderful platform, or at VCIH, again, through our website, a 4-week tongue assessment course. You can also head over to Erica's website, sovereigntyherbs.com, for the somatics for herbalists, practitioner skills training, which is another 4-week series in October. That one's going to be super juicy and fun. If you're thinking about being an herbalist, if you're already in school, if you've just graduated, or you've been doing it for a long time and you're like, I could use a little bit of support. I love to do practitioner skills training, and I love to teach somatics, and it's the most fun to herb people because we tend to be really excited about being in embodied relationship with plants. So we start from there and bring that into the clinic space. So check those out. I really look forward to seeing more of you. And again, thanks so much. And I hope you have a beautiful summer if you're in the Northern Hemisphere and enjoy lots of plants this year.
Hi, my name is Phyllis D. Light, and I am a Southern folk herbalist in Alabama and have lived here my whole life. I am associated with the Appalachian Center for Natural Health. I'm more than associated. I am the owner and director of the Appalachian Center for Natural Health. I am a teacher at the Matthew Wood Institute of Herbalism. You can find me at either place, and feel free to look for me on the internet and on websites. I also guest teach at other herb schools around the country, so you may run into me there. And I'm often a speaker at herbal conferences around the country. I'm the author of quite a number of magazine articles, but the one I'm most proud of is the book Southern Folk Medicine. Yay! If you haven't read it, please check it out. I was traditionally trained as a Southern Appalachian folk herbalist by my grandmother, who was a midwife and herbalist, and by my father, who was herbalist wildcrafter. I grew up wildcrafting in the woods from age 10 and started learning my plants in the woods. I am also studied with Tommy Bass, who was at that time period a renowned, nationally known herbalist from Sand Rock, Alabama, which is about an hour from my house. So I was able to spend a lot of time with him and learn his approach to Southern folk medicine. So I've been mostly always traditionally trained. However, understanding that we also do need to honor other systems. I have a master's degree from the University of Alabama in health studies, particularly nutrition and healthcare. I have studied anatomy and physiology. I was an exercise physiologist. I did sports medicine. I've just done a whole lot of stuff, all coming together in my sessions with my clients. Every single thing I've ever done has been very useful in sessions with my clients. So I'm going to get started on the 10 questions. The first question was, what was the best advice you received starting out on your herbal path? And both my grandmother and father and Tommy Bass had this approach. You can take a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And so I have found this to be so true over the years. Don't get overly invested in the outcome of your clients. Yes, we want every client to be healthy. We want every client to be happy, but many times compliance is really low. You can make your suggestions. They might do it for a week or two, and then they kind of like slack off. It may be overwhelming for them. They may not have the motivation. They may not have the money, whatever their reasons. Compliance can often be low. So avoid getting over-invested. Understand that people still have to make their choices. It is still up to the person and their choices in their healthcare approach. So I've always found that very useful advice over the years. You can take a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. The second part to that question is, what do you wish you'd learned or had done sooner? I've always been really interested in anatomy and physiology, and a lot of my work is function and structure based. I wish I had learned about the body and how it works internally a lot sooner. Yes, I tend to use herbs looking at patterns of dysfunction in the human body, because patterns of dysfunction, we might want to call them symptoms, if you will, could actually cover a number of diagnosed diseases, if you see where I'm going. But if you understand that pattern of dysfunction, then the nutritional and herbal recommendations that you make will cover a lot of different issues. So I had wished I had done a deep dive into how the body works a lot sooner. Because of my sports background and exercise physiology background, I understood how it moved and operated, but that's not the same as how does the digestive system work? What is this thing about probiotics and what do enzymes actually do? So, these things are old hat now, but back when I first started in my herbal practice, they were not, and not easy to find either. But I wish I'd done that a little bit sooner. Next question is, what are some recommendations for how clinical herbalists can build a client base? That's a really good question. There's always word of mouth. Obviously, there's social media and the internet. But I have found over the years that often people really want to have that human connection with their herbalist or their healthcare practitioner. They want to see the person, they want to be in that energy. So, one of the ways I built my client base over the years was doing free public speaking to any kind of support group that would have me. I spoke at the cardiology support group, the heart attack support group, the weight loss support group. So there's all these kind of support groups out there in the world. And true, a lot of them are online now, but it's still, now that COVID is getting past, a lot of them are back in person. But I found that going and speaking, and these were all free, I always got 3 or 4 clients from every single free class talk I did. I got clients, and these clients stayed with me over the years and began to help me build up a good base. Also, I networked with other practitioners, particularly massage therapists, uh, reflexologist, a nutritionist. And even though I did a lot of this myself, I was also a licensed massage therapist. Back in the day, you had to do a lot of different things to make money at being an herbalist, because it was not a situation where herbalism was as known as it is today. It really was like, you're using herbs. What does that mean? Even though in my area, folk medicine had never gone away, my new client base, I had 2 client bases. Two client bases. I had the country people I had grown up with who were mostly in poverty or in working trades, didn't have a lot of money, really couldn't afford to pay me. So that was a client base, and I still work with them. We barter. I don't get paid. That's fine. They do something for me. We work it out. And then there was the client base of people who were actually quite well educated and had expendable income, so they could afford to come see the herbalist and pay me. So I cultivated, because I had kids, single parent, mortgage. I really worked hard with the support groups, with networking within the communities they went to, they were involved in, to build the client base. So, one of my mottos is meet the client where they are and not expect them to try to meet me where I'm at. Ultimately it should be a kind of a balance there and a good fit, but we won't know that unless I go out and meet them where they are. because how else are they going to hear about me over here? Chants sometimes. Also, I spoke a lot in churches. The churches here are all pretty much the congregations were very open to herbalism, and I would be invited by a client who went to the church, and I would speak at the women's groups. I spoke anywhere I could, offered free classes. I connected with the health food stores in the area. You have to get out and network on a personal level. Yes, you still have to do the internet, you still have to have a website, but if you want to build a local client base, you got to get out there. That's how they're going to hear about you. They're not going to hear about you if you just stay home and go, God, I wish I had some clients. Right? No, get it, put yourself out there. It'll work out. Don't be afraid. All right, next question is, what are your thoughts about regulation of herbalists? I hope that never happens, because once herbalism is regulated, we are going to be in a situation where somebody's going to start talking about licensure. And once they start talking about licensure, the quality of herbalism is going to go down, because we're going to be stuck in the clinical studies mode. They will say, you can use any herb that has a clinical study. Probably, and I'm just pulling this number out of my hat, probably 99% of the herbs that we are using is based on traditional use, not clinical studies. And if there is a study on the herb, it's more than likely to be in vitro, not where they've actually used the herb on people. So I hope regulation never happens. I hope herbalism stays free to everyone into the world. I hope folk medicine never dies. And I consider myself a folk herbalist. All right, next question. What is the first plant you remember having a relationship with as a child? Well, there were two plants, pretty much simultaneous. One was passion flower, because I grew up in the cotton fields, um, running around spring and fall, spring to chop and weed the cotton, fall to pick or pull the cotton bolls, and that's what my mom did for a living. My grandfather, her father, was a sharecropper. So that was what we did. We're in the cotton fields, and lo and behold, one of our snacks in the cotton field was passion flower fruit, because it just kind of grew everywhere. And so we call them maypop. So kind of like my first, recognizable plant as a little girl, like 7 or 8, running around the cotton field, was passion flower. And if it's nice and yellow, you can eat it. And it's got like a million zillion seeds in it. And each seed is inside this little membrane, which is this lovely combination on your tongue of tart plus sweet. And you just kind of suck the membrane off and spit the seed out. Not a lot of food there. Not, even for a little kid, it wasn't going to fill the tummy, but it really satisfied something inside you. And this probably was because, one thing, it was like super relaxing us in the cotton field. Oh, let's have a maypop. Let's heat this up and sit around and play in the dirt. It kind of like calmed us down too. So that was kind of like the first plant that was very recognizable to me that I interacted with. The first medicinal plant later, and that was American ginseng. And my family were primarily ginseng wildcrafters, although we did gather other herbs from the woods, depending on what the market was looking for at the time period. So it might be pink root, but there's always ginseng. And the whole family participated. dad, uncles, aunts, great aunts, grandfather, great uncles. I mean, it was a family event to go out in the woods and look and hunt ginseng. So as I got older, I was like, I want to do this by myself, because I'd always been in a situation where it would be like a family member going, "Oh, here's a ginseng plant. Come over here and dig it." And I'd be like, "Okay." And then we had special ginseng hoes, et cetera, et cetera. But when I got about 18 or 19, I told my dad, I really want to like do this by myself. Just go out in the woods with me. I want to make sure I'm getting the right plant. And so we went out in the woods. It was a time of late summer. The berries were not out yet, because you can always see and the berries on the ginseng plant, it's ginseng, those red berries. But the berries weren't out yet, because I wanted to find ginseng in every season. I wanted to be able to like go in the woods and go, "Oh, here's ginseng in May, April, June, July, September, whatever." And so we went out in the late summer, and my dad took me to a place called Moon Holler. No roads in there. There used to be a old road down the mountain, but it was long gone. Its claim to fame was Moon Holler had Crybaby Holler in it, where the sound coming out of a cave sounded like babies crying. It also was the home of Buzzard's Roost, this really tall chimney rock that buzzards would sit on. So we went out into these woods and kind of making our way. And so we came to this place, and my dad said, between this tree, this creek, this rock, and me, he said, "I'm seeing about 10 or more ginseng plants. You go find them, and then we'll go home. Your mom is cooking us a really good dinner." And dinner in the South is actually lunch in the North. So anyway, it was a very frustrating experience for me. Late summer, every plant was green and about the same height. And I became just very frustrated. And my dad was getting impatient. We'd been there a while. We had hiked in a ways. And he was just sitting with his back against a tree reading this Louis L'Amour Western while I was walking around feeling frustrated. So finally, I just had to get still. I had to just like take a breath, close my eyes, and not think. I just had to let it all go, let the frustration go, and just get calm and just like, and in that moment, I could hear all the things in the woods. I could hear the birds. I could hear the little creek moving over the rocks. I could hear little animal sounds. And when I opened my eyes, I could see the ginseng plant. I was just like, they were like surrounded in light. And so I was like, "Oh, here's one. Here, Daddy, here's what plant. Here's a plant. Here's a plant. Here's a plant." And he was like, "Yeah, let's dig one. Or not, just so this is to commemorate, so to speak. We'll just dig one. We're going to leave the rest, and then let's go eat." So I still have that root that I dug when I was that age. I still have it in my medicine bag. And occasionally I'll get a nibble off of it. So it has to be probably 40 years in the ground. And then it's been, a lot of years, 40 years. So it's probably 80 years old altogether, between fresh and dry, but I still have it. It's still potent. You can still taste it. Still has the bitterness when I put it in my mouth. So from there, for the next 10 years, that was my plant. I learned everything I could about American ginseng, always. It's one of my go-to plants. I learned everything my dad knew about it, my grandmother knew about it, Tommy Bass knew about it, everything. So it is still my plant. All right, next question. what difference and or similarities do you believe herbalism has in the present day compared to 50, 100, even 200 years ago? Well, one of the differences is I don't think herbalism is used to treat acute infections today the way it was in the past, because now we have antibiotics. And there's a good reason. And I'm happy that we do, because 200 years ago, 100 years ago, the number one cause of death was infections. And herbs are anti-infective. I think they work topically as anti-infective agents better than internally. Many herbs with anti-infective properties actually have to touch the infection to kill the pathogen. So antibiotics kind of were and are life-saving for this reason. Now, there are some herbs that are actually anti-infective, because their phytochemicals actually do get in the blood and travel around. Golden seal is not one. If golden seal can't touch it, it can't really kill it. So golden seal is much more useful for colon disorders, right? Kidney disorders, where it's actually filtering through liver, it's actually filtering through. So it's touching it, it can kill it. Echinacea, we call a natural antibiotic, but it actually works internally by increasing the white cell count. So it's boosting the immune system. So when we think of natural antibiotics, it's like, can it touch it? Again, it makes it much more useful topically than internally, or is it affecting the immune system in some way? Now, there are a few herbs that actually get in the bloodstream due to their phytochemical content, like black walnut, which is actually one of my go-tos for any kind of infection. Pine is another one, a pretty good go-to, gets into the bloodstream. Wormwood, but these are our parasite herbs, what we consider our yeast parasite herbs traditionally, but they were also in a certain time period considered your anti-infective herbs. So I think this is a big shift. So the shift now I see with herbalism is more toward chronic illnesses. And yeah, they're very, very useful for chronic illnesses. So this is kind of like this shift in herbalism I've seen. Another shift in herbalism I've seen just from my young days as an herbalist, Tommy Bass's days as an herbalist. Almost nobody was on medications back then. If I saw a client, it was unlikely when I first started out that that person was on any kind of medication. Even the doctors were more along the philosophy of, let's give it a few weeks, let's see what happens, or let's try this drug for a few weeks and see if you settle down. It was one doctor here would go like, see if you settle down. So people were not on multiple medications, which is what I see now. My clients probably average 4 to 6 medications, and big difference. And so now it's like, if I don't know the medication off the top of my head, I'm definitely going to need to look it up to make sure that there are no herb drug interactions that are taking place. So that's a big difference in herbalism. We've kind of gone from acute to chronic, and the medications issue. And also diagnostics, conventional medicine diagnostics are much better now than they were, 100, 200 years ago, which is also helpful for us herbalists. If our client has been to the doctor, we can go, what did the doctor say? What do your tests show? And we can use that information along with our assessment of hair, tongue, nails, pulse, whatever assessment techniques you're using, to create a kind of better picture of what is happening with a client. So there is that difference. All right, next question. What's your piece of advice for running a clinical practice. Perseverance. When I first started out, it took a solid year for me to be able to say, I can pay bills off my practice. I can pay some of my bills off my practice. It took another probably 3 years after that for me to be able to say, I can pay my bills. I can pay my mortgage. I can buy my kids clothes. So altogether, that was probably 4 or 5 years after I started my practice, which perseverance is key, key, key. I see a lot of young herbalists getting very frustrated that, oh, I'm out of herb school. I'm going to open a practice. And then a year and a half later, they're not really in practice anymore. You've got to hang in there. You've got to believe. You've got to understand it's not going to be easy. If you want to get a practice going, it's like getting any other profession going. You're going to have your ups, you're going to have your downs. It's not always going to be easy. It's like massage practice. You put your shingle out, you do all your marketing to get clients to come in, but then how long does it take to build up a steady client base that you can depend on to pay your bills with? So hang in there, persevere. All right, next, how did you become an herbalist? I became an herbalist because that was the family profession. And I loved it. I was happy to be an herbalist. Um, it was just kind of an automatic thing. I didn't really want to be an herbalist in my early days. I did a stint in mental health center. I tried out herbal sideline things, a little medicine making, et cetera, et cetera. But regardless of what other profession that I tried, I would always come back to herbalism. And so it was just like, it was just in my soul. It was in my roots. It was in my bones. It's just what I was supposed to do. So I just kind of eventually extended what had been the family practice. Word got around, and people started coming to see me because they remembered my grandmother and they had gone to see her. They knew my dad, and my dad had ginseng hunted on their land and had offered good advice to them. So now were coming to see me because I was his daughter. So amongst the poor folks, I'm going to call them the poor folks. I just kind of extended my family business, but that doesn't, as I said earlier, pay your mortgage or send your kids to buy clothes for them to go to school. So, I moved into kind of another area, a bigger city, and did that perseverance to kind of help become kind of like solid financially or solid-ish financially. You just have to, hang in there. That's how I became an herbalist. I kind of like took over the family business. How about that? Okay, next question. What does the herbalism industry need most right now to evolve positively besides more herbalists? More clinical experience. That's at the top of my list. I'm seeing young herbalists kind of graduate from an herb school and then they go out and start their own herb school. They start their own practice. And I think what's missing is that clinical practitioner model of going to study, going to follow, going to shadow a mentor who is quite well versed in clinical herbalism themselves. I mean, all other professions have to do that. You have to at least spend 6 weeks to 3 months with most other healing professions, like being a nurse, 6 weeks at least, or 12 weeks. I've forgotten. A physician has to go through, those different stages where they're working, but they have oversight. So I see that is missing. So I'm seeing what's happening is, as an industry, we're kind of moving toward cookie cutter herbalism, where everybody is recommending the same few herbs, which they probably Googled and got off the internet, or maybe their teacher told them about them in school, but now they're like, our practice, are you actually getting oversight, mentorship, and practice? That's what I would love to see more of, and I would love to see that happen before people who are clinical herbalists right now decide to retire, and there's nobody with a ton of experience out there to help with that mentorship. So I would say to you, if you're a young herbalist, seek out an active clinical herbalist. Get some practice with guidance. Get very, very important. All right, next question. What advice do you wish you had had as an herbal student? I'm having to think about that one. What advice do I wish I had had as an herbal student? I'm not sure. I'm just going to have to be honest here. I'm not sure what advice that I consider relevant, that I feel like I missed, because it was a different atmosphere, and herbalism in my youth, in my grandparents' youth, my dad's time period, was considered a trade. This was like, you're an herbalist, you're an herbologist. We were not called herbalist, we were called herbologist. And it was a trade like plumbing or carpentry or woodwork. You were gathering things from the woods, and you were helping people's health with these. Sometimes, my grandmother occasionally was called an herb doctor, but mostly herbologist. So it was kind of like that different time period. And as any trade, you had to be an apprentice, and this was like a true apprenticeship, not like, oh, I'm going to go apprentice for 2 days here. This was like, you got to apprentice for 5 years, or ever how many years that person. Like when I was with Tommy, that was about 7 years that I was going there, because it took 7 years to kind of like get that information. I mean, how much does your teacher know? How much experience does your teacher have? You think you're going to get all of that in a weekend? Nope. So that, I think, is kind of like what I wish I had had, as an herbal student, was access to, let me see how to say this, books. I had no herbal books. I was trying to think information, yeah, maybe, but books. I didn't really, I'd been practicing probably because I was a traditionally trained oral tradition herbalist with apprenticeship oversight. I'd probably been practicing 10 or so years before I was like, oh, here's an herbal book. I found it in the library by Rodale Press, kind of situation. So there is a huge quantity of information available to herbalists these days, to the average person these days. It just wasn't available in my time period. Not at all. So I really I didn't even start an herbal library until, the 2000s, because it'd been all oral tradition. I knew the, plants as I was taught. but I wish that I had had this access earlier, that I was in an area with not a good library, no way to get information. Folks, you got to remember this was pre-internet, you know, and if it wasn't in a book, you didn't have it. And so just having that access would have been neat, at that time period. All right. Question. What is your favorite part of being an herbalist? And what's your big why that keeps you learning and growing? One of my favorite parts of being an herbalist, and there are a few here, but one of my favorite parts is the connection to the plants. That was my first experience in the outdoors, was the connection to plants, of being outside, being in the presence of the plant, sitting with a plant, laying around under the plants in the cotton field, eating the plants. They were my toys. They were the shade. They were necessary for life. So I think having that connection with a plant is absolutely vital. And I also feel like some herbalists are not able to get that um, because maybe they don't have access, or there's not a teacher, they don't have a good outdoor place to be. They live in a city, they're not living in the country, and all these things can happen. But try growing a patio plant. Put a little something in the windowsill. Connect to the green. I think that's very, very important on what level that might happen to be for you. Even dreaming about plants would be awesome. That is a wonderful connection right there. They just show up in your dreams, and it's wonderful. That keeps me moving. There are so many plants out in the world to connect with, to learn about, even if I'm not in their presence, always have the ability to be in their presence. It is wonderful just to have that green connection in some way or the other. That keeps me motivated and learning. I'll never learn. Let me say that I will never not have a plant to learn about. There are too many plants to know about. And I grew up in the tradition where it's better to know every single thing you can about a plant. So all 100, 200 uses of a plant, all 30 uses of a plant, know everything you can about the plant, as opposed to internet herbalism or pharmaceutical herbalism, which is this plant does this one thing. No, a plant does many, many, many different things because it is a cauldron of phytochemicals. So that keeps me going, just to help share all the nuances of using a plant like American ginseng. It's like, oh, it's an adaptogen. Yeah, but it also has like these other 25 uses that we used it for um, in a tradition, So yes, it's an adaptogen, but it's also an amazing digestive aid. It's a good sleep aid, blah, blah, blah. It goes on and on. So that keeps me going. That keeps me interested, continuing to find uses for plants, either based on tradition, reading, or just dreaming. So, and also I love when people feel better. I love seeing people come into their own, and I love how herbalism works on the mind, body, spirit. I love that, and I love to see people get stronger. Sometimes it's just emotionally or mentally. Sometimes it's physically. Sometimes it's all of it. There's nothing more gratifying or rewarding than people saying, I'm feeling a lot better. I have some energy. I mean, it's amazing, and I love it. So everything about herbalism keeps me going, keeps me learning, keeps me active, and I'll just do it till I'm just creeping around and can't even get outside anymore. I'll still do it. I just love it. Thank you so much. That's my 10 questions. And again, my name is Phyllis D. Light, Southern Appalachian herbalist. I live in Alabama. Here's my book. You can find me at the Appalachian Center for Natural Health or the Matthew Wood Institute of Herbalism. Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Howie Brownstein, and I'm a caffeine addict. Oh, wait, wrong group. Yeah, I'm Howie Brounstein, and I'm an herbalist and a botanist, and I've been doing this my whole life. And as you can see, Columbine School of Botanical Studies. That's my business. Back in the day, it was once called the Columbines and Wizardry Herbs, Inc. We used to make tinctures with hand-drawn rainbows on them, which I sold up and down the West Coast. That was back in the 80s and 90s. And nowadays, I just pretty much teach herbalism and do some clinic and do what I do. And I decided to do 10 questions for 10 herbalists for HerbRally. And Amanda and Mason, thank you for asking me to do this. So what's my best piece of advice for running a clinical practice? It's so hard for me to know what my best advice would be. I would just give you a couple pieces. Let's see. One I got from Adam Seller, who you may or may not know, but Adam Seller said something to me that I got right off in the beginning of my clinical work that really stuck with me, and that is, if the person is not compliant, if your client is not compliant, they're not doing what you've asked them to do, the problem is with the practitioner, not with the client. So I think that's a really important one. Because I will ask my clients if they're going to do it. If they're not going to do what I'm going to tell them, I'm not going to tell them to do that. You know, can't make people do things. Then let's see, what's some other advice? I'm a firm believer in not giving unasked for advice. If someone is talking about their tendinitis, I think it's inappropriate to come up and tell people, "Oh, I have some for your tendinitis." I think you have to wait until they ask you. I got that from Christopher Headley. He's on our team. He's gone also. Another dead herbalist, but he was telling me this story about being on a bus. And he was from England and London, and so he was on this bus, and this woman was like, "Oh, you're an herbalist," and going on and on and on and on about her heart problems, you know. And he's telling me this story. Then he said, "Of course, she never asked me for advice, so I didn't tell her anything." And I smiled. I really believe that's a good thing to live by. I think I have another thing for herbal practice, and that is follow-ups. I think it's really important to follow up, to call the person back and see how they're doing, even 3 or 4 days later. That's something I would have my interns do, is have people call the client back 3 or 4 days later and say, "Hey, have you started your plan yet? Is there anything we can do to help? Have you gotten the herbs or the vitamins or whatever?" I think those are some important things I would say about a clinical practice. So what were some of my first teaching experiences like? Well, I'll tell you what, it takes a while to figure this out. Teaching just doesn't happen. Well, it can just happen, but I was more idealistic, I think, when I was younger, and I've started doing it. Some of the big mistakes I made was not double checking the scheduling. Like, I did schedule a class in the first few years for Thursday afternoon. I scheduled a salve making class, and it was on Thanksgiving. Someone actually called me, oh, do you really teach a class on Thanksgiving afternoon? I just went through the list and did like 8 Thursdays and hadn't thought about what was happening on those Thursdays. Yeah, that was interesting. But I think it was interesting to me as a teacher when I first started. I was doing lecture classes. I would do a series of 6 or 8 lecture classes. And one class would be on calming herbs, and another class would be on herbs for the lungs, that kind of thing. And another class on herbal preparations. And what I was doing was getting people interested to take my apprenticeship, where you come out in the woods with me for the spring. And I started taking people out in the spring as an apprenticeship. My concept was this information should be available to everybody. And I was running a tincture business, anyone that wanted it. So my first couple years, I did it for free. And you would pick herbs, and you get to keep some of the herbs that we picked, and then some of them would go to me, and that way I'd be able to make my tinctures with them. And that didn't really work, because if it's free, people aren't committed. I hate to say it, but that's what I had to learn, that people weren't committed if it was free. If it rained, they wouldn't come out because it's raining. But if you pay money, then you will show up even if it's raining, at least in the Pacific Northwest. It's different for different places, certainly. But that's what I really realized is you have to charge money. And you have to charge money, and you have to charge what it's worth. And then you'll get students who are willing to buy the book, that are willing to do homework. I don't give homework, but if you want people to do homework, and this even goes for those simple 3-hour class lectures. And, if you have it for free, very few people show up, or they'll change their mind. And if you charge even a small amount, then people will show up. I think that's like some of my hardest lessons, because I still, I'm idealistic. I would prefer to not charge money. I prefer, but unfortunately, I need to charge money because I need to live too. And even to this day, it's hard for me to charge enough money for me to make a reasonable living on my first year of field work, because it is so labor intensive and there's so many things that we do. It's a drag. And some would say, well, people don't have money, they deserve to have the opportunity, and that's true. And you can still give people who don't have money the opportunity. So what you do is you charge what it's worth, and then you make arrangements with people for who don't have the money for it, and so they can still take it. And it has a value at that point than if it was just all free. That's so funny. I feel like it's so nitty gritty teaching experience, but I think that's probably what I think was what I learned the most. What is my dream of the future of herbal medicine? Interesting question. Well, I don't have any dreams of the future of herbal medicine in my mind that I could talk about. But there is one thing that I would really like to say, and that is I've been discouraged recently over the last number of years at how divisive and I would almost say petty that herbalists have become over the last few years. And it's not just herbalists, it's the United States in general has become quite divided in beliefs. And I really hope that herbalists in general become open to different thoughts and ways of seeing herbalists and herbalism. That there isn't one person that's right. It isn't science. It isn't Ayurvedic. It isn't folk herbalism. It isn't one kind of herbalism. It isn't one kind of person. It's always been varied, and there's all different kinds of people and all different kinds of ways of thought when it comes to herbalism. And the danger for herbalism in the United States doesn't come from government, in my mind. It doesn't come from some kind of regulation that's going to happen from an outside source. It's going to be an inside source where some herbalists think that they're real herbalists and other people aren't, and try to regulate it in that fashion. I think that's where the danger lies. I believe that it's important for people in general and for the earth in general. Well, the earth is going to continue. I'd rephrase this. For people and culture in general on this earth, that people start getting along and realizing that we can have different beliefs and still coexist. And I'd like to see that more in herbalism. There was a time where it seemed more inclusive than it is now. I've gotten very frustrated with it. If you follow me on Facebook and YouTube and Instagram, and I hope you do, you'll see that I say a lot of stuff about plants, but I rarely talk about uses in social media. And the reason is I don't want to defend myself. I don't mind talking about things and explaining things, but herbalists can be pretty trashy on each other, and I really don't like that. And what I do like is HerbRally, because they've done such a good job at showing all the different types of herbalists, people of all different levels, doing all different kinds of things without judgment. And I think that's a very, very positive thing. I actually think that HerbRally is a moving force in the positive direction for herbalism. How did I become an herbalist? Well, I liked herbs before I decided to go into that as a path. You know, I had still was into making tinctures back in the late 70s, just for fun for me, make a few tinctures. I guess it maybe was the early 80s, when you think about it. And I was using herbs. I was using herbs before I made the conscious choice. So I made the conscious choice to go into herbalism in 1982. So I guess it was the late 70s. I was still using herbs. I don't really have a time that I recognize that I started using herbs in some way. But I do remember when I made the choice to become an herbalist. I was living in Eugene, and I was doing a few different things. And I either wanted to become a musician or an herbalist, just go into herbs. And I decided to start a tincture company and start teaching and do that instead. Or I started a tincture company, and teaching became a needed step since people didn't know what the herbs were. You have to remember, back in these days, people didn't know. People would come and look at my tinctures and my herbs and go, "You can't experiment on me with that stuff." They had no idea. They didn't know anything about it, the average person that I was working with. And the herbs were only available through select herbal stores, which were few and far between. So this was really not a good choice to make as far as any kind of career. I was a manufacturer. I made a product and no one knew what it was or how to use it. And there were really no herbalists around me. There were few and far between. There was only 5 herb books out. So it was a really poor choice. So it seemed, and I didn't make any money in it, but I did get a lot of community support from people who were really into plants, and that was nice. And after doing it for a lifetime, it seems to have become pretty popular. But that's how I became an herbalist, I guess. I don't know. It's really weird. I've always been an herbalist. I've always done this since my whole life. So I don't really know where it started. Ain't no flowers when they're gone, and they're always gone too long. Anytime they go away. Oh, I know. You leave those young buds alone, 'cause there ain't no flowers when they're gone. So as an herbalist, what tool would I not want to be without? And that's an interesting question. I would say for clinical herbalism, the one tool I wouldn't want to be without would be my reflex hammer. But that's me. I just happen to really use a reflex hammer a lot in my clinical practice. I learn a lot from reflexes. And so, and I have a tendency to be kind of leaning towards the neurological side of things. So I would say that if it was for one tool. As far as botanist goes, my hand lens is pretty important to me. I use that a lot to be able to see little bitty things. So what does healing mean to me? Well, that's kind of a big topic there. When it comes to like acute issues, things that just come up, healing is getting over the acute issue, right? So you get sick and then you get better. You hurt your arm and then you get better. I think kind of the hardest part about that is if you hurt your arm and you hurt your arm for a while and then you hold on to it. You hold on to the fact that your arm is hurt. A lot of times that can really prevent healing. I think a lot of, with these acute issues, the biggest thing is to let it go, to be here, to say, okay, now I'm better. Now I'm better, and you let that go. But I think more about chronic issues. And with chronic issues, it's a little bit different. So with the chronic issue, it probably took a long time to get the problem. You probably did something wrong in your life for a while, or you were born with some kind of issue. It's some kind of lifestyle or something that happened that gives you a problem that you now have, and maybe it goes away, but it comes back, and as the years go by, it keeps coming back. It's a chronic issue. And it's something that maybe laid you up for months, and you never quite got better from it. It comes back and goes forth. Now, when I look at healing it for those things, what I'm looking for is how healthy and how happy are you? And how healthy and happy do you think you should be? Those are some questions that are on my intake form, and those are really important questions. Healing would make it so that those numbers are close together, that how happy and healthy you are is very close to as how happy and healthy you think you should be. And I think this is a really important point, because some people, I mean, you'd think that people say, oh, I should be 90% happy and healthy, or I should be 100%. But some people are like, oh, I should be like 60% happy and healthy. That's the best that they expect from themselves. And maybe that would change over time. But a lot of people have been sick from an early age, or have been sick a very long time, and they can't even imagine being healthy. And ideally, over time, that could change. But there's some people that I just don't see that changing anytime soon. That may take many years of other kinds of work than I can give to have them change that. There are people who have been sick their whole lives, and they don't ever expect or even see a life with them being that healthy. But if the health that they want to be and the health that they think they are very close together, that means they believe that they're doing really well. That is a very good point. And I also look at, on my intake form, what are your hobbies and what do you like to do, things along those lines. I consider those to be extremely important answers for people with chronic issues, because a lot of people who are sick with chronic issues don't do what they like to do. And that's because their illness is interfering with their life. And I think a real goal in healing with a chronic issue is to be able to do the things that you like, to do the things that give you joy. You may need to change them. I mean, maybe your joy is working in this high stress job and upper management, and that's what gives you joy, but that's also making you sick. You may have to change that and maybe go towards horseback riding or one of your other joys that you have in life. But I think that's a pretty big key there. So with a chronic illness, you may never be able to get rid of it. Some things are just, you'll probably die from it. Okay, so if you have a chronic issue, that's eventually going to kill you. But as a herbalist practitioner, we can give the client the skills to be able to help them keep their chronic issue in remission. I mean, that's the key. It's a chronic issue that's not going to go away, but if you can give the person the tools necessary for them to be able to keep it in control. And I mean, I do that a lot with my clients. Sometimes it takes a few years with a chronic illness, depending on what's going on. But if they can get into remission and they know what keeps it in remission and what causes a flare up, then whenever they have a flare up, they know what to do to bring it back. And that's going to be an ongoing issue throughout the rest of their lives. But if they can keep it in remission and they can do the things that they love to do so that it doesn't interfere with their life, and then they die in their 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s of their illness, then they beat it. If they can live a full life for whatever their life is going to be, if they can live their full life and then die from their chronic illness, but it hasn't really stopped them for most of their life, then I consider that a success, and I would consider that some healing in there. Yeah. To me, that's one way that I look at it. Ask me on another day, and I'd answer all these questions slightly differently. So, what herb did I use off-label, you might say? What herb did I use not the way people generally used it? And I've been doing this a while. As if you're listening, you see I've been doing this since the 80s, professionally, I guess, as a business. First incorporated in 1982, though I was doing it before then. And to me, the herb that I would probably talk about would be Oregon grape. There's quite a few herbs I used differently than what was said in books. But with Oregon grape, that's a big one for me because I really felt like Oregon grape could be used for staph because it contains similar ingredients to golden seal. At the time, golden seal was really popular. And the first time I used Oregon grape for staph externally was in the 70s. In 1978 is when I first did that. So I just started using Oregon grape for everything that golden seal could be used for. And at the time, especially as it got into the 80s, golden seal got like really super popular. You know, golden seal was used for everything, way more than you could imagine. You don't really need golden seal in hair rinses or shampoos or toilet bowl cleaners, or, you know, you used to be able to get golden seal echinacea bagels from here in Eugene during the cold season. Great. I mean, they only use a little bit, right? It didn't affect the flavor any. And so, I mean, what does that mean? Oh, I got to eat 3 bagels 3 times a day. I don't know what to say, but golden seal was really overused and was being overpicked, and Oregon grape was so common in our area at that time in the 80s. I started to use it for that. And I got a lot of flack. You know, I was using Oregon grape for staph. I was using Oregon grape for colds and flus. I was using Oregon grape as an internal standard antibacterial, similar to an antibiotic. And a lot of the herbalists in the world just totally disagreed with me for many, many years. I even wrote about it in journal articles, and editors would take that out. Oh, you can talk about Oregon grape, but you can't talk about it helping staph because it obviously doesn't do that. I think it's kind of interesting to me. The reason I do say this is because nowadays it's well known that Oregon grape is helpful for staph, and research into Oregon grape and the P-glycoproteins, the pump inhibitors, some of this kind of new physiology. It isn't new anymore. But the information that was found by researching Oregon grape into how Oregon grape actually does affect antibacterial properties internally, that research is tremendous and has gone to change how people look at both physiology and drugs. I thought that's really interesting. So nowadays, the quote off-label use is just it's standard knowledge, and so that's pretty cool. I thought that's the one. So I mean, there's other herbs I've used off-label that may or may not. Really, what it comes down to is understanding what you might call the energetics, depending on what you mean by energetics, the energetics of the plant. For example, if you know that all tannic acid astringents dry, draw, shrink swollen tissue, and are mildly antimicrobial, and you know that all tannic acid astringents are going to be good for stings and bites and oily rashes and burnt tongue and sore throat and swollen tonsils and sunburn and windburn and rug burn. Rug burn? How'd you get rug burn? There's this list of things that just in general astringents work on. And so if you know that, then if you come across a plant in a book that's an astringent, and there's a list of uses in the book, and then you have these other books and you look at those and it has a list of what this herb is good for, then you might be able to know how to use it more than you can find in the book because you understand what all astringents do. I think an example I give is like if you were going down to, let's say, Ecuador to the permaculture conference at the Eco Retreat, and you get this Medicinal Plants of Ecuador book, and you look up this plant, and it says it's good for as a wash for bug bites and stings and pulling out infections and zits and sunburn and windburn. You realize, oh, this is an astringent. But nowhere does it say it's good for poison oak. It's not going to say that because there's no poison oak in Ecuador, right? But you would know that it would be good for poison oak because you can see it's an astringent, and all tannic acid astringents are good for poison oak. So if you understand the basic energetics of a plant, you may find that you have more uses than what you can get out of standard knowledge books on the subject. I hope this is of some help. Well, do I know the potency of my herbal concoctions? Yeah, I know the potency, but what is potency? The term potency is specifically the relationship of herb to alcohol or oil, the menstruum. So how much herb for how much alcohol in a tincture? That's the potency. And I can see the potency as being important if your object is to sell your product on the open market. That's telling you how much herb you're actually putting in there. And that can be of value. But potency, it doesn't have to do with how effective the tincture is. It doesn't have to do with how effective the product is. You can get some herb that's kind of old and maybe not as strong as it could be, and you can put a lot of it in the jar. So your tincture could be very potent, you would say, because you have a lot of herb to alcohol. On the other hand, you have that same herb and you grew it yourself in the garden and you picked it at just the right time and you took off all the pieces that you didn't really like. And then you made a tincture out of it, but you didn't put as much herb in as that other tincture you made from the crappy herb that you got on the open market. Well, if you look at the number on the label, you'd say, oh, this is less potent because there's less herb per alcohol. But the herb is so much more effective, and the herb has so much more chi in it because it's such a higher quality herb that it's a much more effective product, even though it's less potent. So there's a little trick in there, and that potency is a legal term, or a term having to do with how much herb to alcohol, and has nothing to do with the quality of the product itself. What herbs would I suggest for keeping healthy joints as you age? Well, I don't really know, because I'm an old hippie, and the problem with old hippies is that their joints go out. So, what are my top 3 herbalism books? That's kind of a hard one for me, because I kind of stopped reading herbal books for a while, just because it's so many of them are rehashed information, and so many of them are rehashed bad information, that I just kind of got disgruntled with it. However, I do have to say that if I had to choose, I'd say Michael Moore's books as a whole. Okay, we'll just give that as like a number 1. That would be like Medicinal Plants of the Mountain West and Medicinal Plants of whatever. He has a whole bunch of books there. The Canyon West, Canyon and Desert West, and the Mountain West. And the Michael Moore books in general, I would put as number 1, mainly because he's got the same kind of humor as me, and he goes over the plants that I work with, and he uses the same framework of physiology and healing that I do. That's the reason why I like that book. If I was practicing Ayurveda or TCM, I wouldn't choose the same books as I do, as I'm telling you now, obviously. Then I also really like Maud Greaves' Modern Herbal. I know that's an old book, but it's still an old standard. It's Dover Publishing, I believe, Dover Press, and it's 2 volumes, and it's also online. So that's kind of cool if that's what you like to do. But we're looking at books. We're not looking at online here. And then I'd be hard pressed for a third one. I will say that right now my favorite book is the new one that just came out. It's about Cascade Anderson Geller's information. It's a lot of her herbal information. And although it may not be as in-depth as many of these other books I might pick, there's a lot of like clinical books by practicing herbalists / naturopaths that I would really enjoy and go over and enjoy. But this Cascade Anderson Geller book that I've been reading really makes me happy, because she's gone now, and it reminds me of the day when I was first an herbalist and the information that I had. And when I finally met Cascade and talked to her, it was very validating to me to know that her concepts around healing with people and the concepts around the use of the herbs were so similar. So it makes me smile a lot and reminds me of my youth to read this book. And that's what I'm reading now. That's what I put as my third book today. But if you ask me again in a couple of months, I don't know what I'd give you for my third book. So we got the Michael Moore books in general, and we have Maud Greaves' A Modern Herbal, and then we have the just out book that has Cascade Anderson Geller's information, which you can get from Elliot Geller. I believe we'll have Mason put a link down at the bottom. So what advice did I get when I first started being an herbalist, and what did I wished I listened to sooner? Most of the advice I got when I first started being an herbalist was you shouldn't be an herbalist, because no one knew what I was doing. I was making tinctures and starting to teach classes and making salves, and people didn't know what tinctures were. You couldn't get herb tea in a general store. You couldn't go down to the Safeway or the Albertsons or the whatever big store it is that is in your area. You couldn't go to a supermarket and buy herb tea. You could buy black tea, but you couldn't buy chamomile. things were different when I was first starting in herbalism in the 80s. And by far, I think the best advice I got really wasn't about the herbs. It was about the business. I had a number of, I was in my early 20s, and I had a number of people in their 40s come and help me with just physical things like how to, reminding me to clean the drain in the drain catch in my certified kitchen, or making a template for me so that rather than hand drawing the rainbows on the label, I would have a template to use to make all the labels, rainbows the same. Because I used to draw rainbows on my labels. People came and helped me with having the right tool for the right job. And I think that aspect of creation, especially a business that's so difficult when you're on your own to do it, that was the guidance that I really needed. It was more use the right tool for the job. And I think that I wished I had learned that sooner in my life in general. So that's one answer. Did I choose herbalism as a path, or did herbalism choose me? That's an interesting question. I just answered it in another question that at a certain point, I decided to go ahead and become an herbalist as a profession that didn't exist. But if I had to think about it, I'd say that the plants chose me. There's no question about that. That's 100%. People always, ask questions like this. It's really difficult. And I've been giving it a lot of thought trying to answer some of these questions. I do remember what would probably be kindergarten or somewhere in there, mashing up plants to make potions, pushing and putting them in bottles and covering them with water and stuff to make potions. Does that count? I don't know. What I do know is, once again, I'll go back to Christopher Headley. He told me that at one time he tried to quit being an herbalist, and it only lasted a little while because the plants wouldn't let him, and he had to go back to being an herbalist. And I've known other people that I've trained to be herbalists and watched them in their lives at some point decide that they're not going to be herbalists anymore, and it just doesn't last. For me, there's no question. I couldn't not do what I'm doing. That's all I've ever done, and it brings me a lot of joy, and it gives me a place in the world. So it would be really difficult for me to give up what I'm doing. I mean, I'm going to be retiring, right? Since I'm a million years old now, and I'm getting more along those ways, and I talk about retiring. Even as I retire, what I'm going to be retiring is going out in the woods and climbing giant hills and days and nights in the woods, and the physical exercise of going out 4 days a week with groups of people, or 3 days, 4 days, 2 days a week for most of the year. And that's what I've done most of my life. I mean, this is my 40th anniversary year that I'm doing right now. So as I see retiring, I don't see giving up herbalism. I see switching what part of plants that I do. In other words, I could see just going out in the woods with beginners 1 day a week instead of 2 or 3 days a week. I could see maybe not going out with beginners anymore and just doing occasional plant walks for beginners, but not teaching a full-on apprenticeship, and just doing alumni classes and advanced classes and the research into botany that I like to do, rather than teaching beginners like I have been in a 300-hour program. And I could see doing more clinic work and doing more lecturing, which is a lot more profitable than being in the woods with people. But I can't ever see stopping teaching. I can't ever see stopping teaching. That's something that I could never give up. As long as I'm able to talk, I'll be teaching. You can find us on the internet, on Facebook at the Columbine School of Botanical Studies. You can find us on Instagram at the Columbine School of BS. That's Botanical Studies. You can find us on YouTube at the Columbine School of Botanical Studies. And we have a website, www.botanicalstudies.net. That's www.botanicalstudies.net.
Hi friends, I'm Lupo. I am a ritual herbalist, a green witch, a sacred travel guide, and an herbal educator. I am the founder and director of Twin Star Herbal Education. We are located both in New Milford, Connecticut, and also Asheville, North Carolina. You can find us on the web, and our handle for all platforms is Twin Star Tribe or twinstartribe.com. Super excited to be here with you all today. Thank you to Mason and the HerbRally team for all of the good work that you're doing. So I was asked to answer 10 questions about what it is to be an herbalist, and I'm excited to share those with you. So the first question was, what was the best advice you ever received starting out on your herbal path? And that one's easy for me because I remind my students of this often, remind myself of this often, but early on when I started as an herbalist, I was very lucky to have amazing teachers, and I was really encouraged to trust my intuition and to follow my intuition, especially when I was a young herbalist. I was just starting to study and getting through my clinical training and seeing clients. One of my teachers said that when you're sitting with a client or you're sitting with a person and you're helping them with herbal medicine and a plant pops into your head, even if it doesn't fit the scenario or seem to fit the situation, write it down. And at very least, write it down and later on look it up or see if you can find a way for this to make sense. And so I started doing that, and I noticed that a lot of plants that popped into my head, I didn't know well, but they actually fit the person's situation really well. I also eventually got to a place where when this would happen and a plant would pop into my head, I would just ask the client or the person sitting in front of me and say, hey, what does sunflower represent to you? Because ever since you came in the door, I keep thinking about sunflowers. And they would, this one time, the first time that it was really solidified for me, my client told me that they had a very significant relationship with sunflowers, even though they were there for reproductive health. And their father used to plant sunflowers with them, and their father had passed away. And around the time that their father had passed away is when their chronic illness set in. And so I knew that their father's death was a part of their equation and a part of their story, and there was still some healing work to do around that particular scenario. So I really, ever since then, truly trust whatever comes up, however the plants show up for me, and I really believe in the plants communicating to me. So best advice I ever received was 100% to trust my intuition. Next question. How did you begin to mold your herbal path as a teacher, and what were your first teaching experiences like? My first teaching experience was kind of horrible and tragic, but also a really big learning experience for me and something that definitely set me on my path. So I started teaching herbalism when I was pretty young. Shortly after I graduated herb school, I wasn't even quite 25 at the time. And my teacher had recommended that I teach at a local herb school, and I was very fortunate to be invited to do so. I was quite nervous. I didn't have any plans on being a teacher. I had full plans on being a herbal practitioner, and my kids were small, and teaching just wasn't in my mind. So I was surprised but excited, and I took the opportunity. And the first class that I was asked to teach was the history of herbalism, which is something that really excites me and lights me up and I get excited about. And I went maybe a little bit overboard in creating my content. I wrote out this huge long lecture. I showed up to class. I sat down at the desk in front of a classroom of maybe 25 students or so, and I was so nervous that I just sat there. I sat there with my paper in front of me and I just read. I just read through the history of herbalism. And I didn't do much other than that. And after the class was over, it was a couple of hours long or so, I was very lucky that the owner of the school who had invited me to teach said, thanks for showing up and giving it a good effort. And maybe next time you could stand up and put some things on the board or come with some handouts or some books to share. And I was very fortunate that she said maybe next time, because I knew that I hadn't blown it and that she was willing to give me another chance. And so I did show up again. And I was still very nervous, but I did get up and write things on the board. I did bring books and props to share. I did a little bit better. And then every time after that, I continued to get better. And it took time. So I like to share that story because I love to teach. Teaching is really important to me. And I feel like I've become very good at it, but I wasn't good at it in the beginning. And it took time and it took practice and it took patience. And now it's easy. It's the easiest thing that I do. And just remembering that when we teach, so long as we teach from our own knowing, our own truth, and our own integrity, we really can't go wrong. So hopefully there's lots of other budding herbalists out there that want to help spread the good word of herbal medicine, because the universe needs good herbal teachers more now than ever. Don't give up. All right, so next question. What are some great herbs for stress relief tea? I have lots of favorites, as I'm sure lots of you do as well. Passion flower, milky oats. I really love motherwort. I'm a big fan of skullcap. But right now, my number one go-to herb for stress relief is rose. And I found that over the last couple of years, I add rose petals to almost every tea I make, especially if it's a nervine tea, especially if it is a stress relieving tea. And I love rose so much because it is a mild cardiotonic, it is a mild nervine, it has this beautiful relaxing ability on the body. But more important than that, it allows us to access the integrity and strengthen the integrity of our own hearts, and to stay in a place of love and devotion for ourselves and for others. And right now we're in such perilous times, and it's difficult to be a human being. It's difficult to watch all of the suffering that's happening on the planet. And so rose is just this little gift that you can give yourself or that you can give to somebody else by putting in their tea. It tastes good. It's beautiful. I think pleasure medicine is very important. There's no reason why medicine should taste bad. It should taste good. And pleasure medicine is bringing us into a place of pleasure, and rose does such a good job at that. So as the world continues to have all of this chaos in it, I continue as an herbalist to choose rose as my number one go-to as a nervine. Okay, next question. What is your favorite tool that as an herbalist you would not be without? That one is easy. My absolute favorite tool is my intuition, without a doubt. I would not be the herbalist I was or that I am without it. I would not have come as far as I did on this herbal journey if I had not listened to it. It is by far the most important tool that any of us have and are gifted as human beings, in my opinion. Of course, I love my hori and I love so many other tools of the trade, but the true tool that I could not live without and that I would not be able to truly do this work without is my intuition. We're so abundantly blessed in this lifetime to have this ability to tap into the plants and to tap into ourselves, to tap into our knowing, to really listen and pay attention. And intuition rarely misguides us. It's important to remember that intuition comes through our heart, not through our mind, at least in my opinion. So if we listen to our heart and we're following our heart, we really can't be led astray. Next question. What differences and or similarities do you believe herbalism has in the present day compared to 50, 100, or even 200 years ago? So for similarities, let's start there. For similarities, when it comes to herbalism, that has been the common thread from the very beginning, is not only the love for plants, but the gratitude that is involved with working with plants. So even thousands of years ago, when somebody was sick, hurt, or injured, and we went out and was able to find the plant that was remedial for whatever that ailment was, and the person survived or got better or healed, there is such an immense amount of gratitude for that plant. That is something that I think has waned a little bit in modern culture, that we take a lot of our plant friends for granted, and the fact that we have all of this food, if we're lucky enough, at our disposal, and medicine. But gratitude really is the common denominator that remains the same and really should always remain the same. So giving thanks for these plants, giving thanks for the lessons and the blessings that they teach us, giving thanks for their ability to heal us and to heal our loved ones. So gratitude is that common thread. The difference is also within that spectrum of gratitude. We live in a modern age where we can order pretty much anything we want online, get it delivered to our house the next day, don't necessarily have to go out and harvest the plant or look for it or hope that it returns or tend to it. And so we have this instant gratification. And I think that is the biggest difference from our herbal ancestors that lived 50, 100, or 200 years ago, is that instant access, that instant ability to have to the plants and also information about the plants. Where 100 years ago, 50 years ago, or even when I studied herbal medicine in the early 90s, you had to sit with the plants, you had to read the books, you had to sit there with field guides trying to ID things. And now we live in a world of like instant gratification where we can pull out our phone and we can ID something, although I wouldn't rely on that as 100% accurate, and I don't recommend it, but it is available. We can look up the plant in 1 second and get hundreds of thousands of hits of information about this one plant. It's never been like that before. Herbalism has always been an oral tradition. It's been something that's been passed down from one person to the next, and there was always a huge amount of love, reverence, gratitude, and respect for the plants, but also for your teachers and for those that taught you that medicine. And so I think these common threads, especially of gratitude, reverence, and respect, still really exist. But I think that one of the bigger differences is that our modern age, it's easy for us to forget. But it's just as easy for us to remember to come back into a place of gratitude when it comes to our plant friends. All right. Next question is, who do you go to for health advice? That's an easy one. I go to my best friend, who is also an herbalist. She's also been practicing for 25 years. We have a very similar style of like healing and modalities. I trust her very much. And I also trust the fact that when I'm sick or when I'm in need, I'm not 100% there. And I can't show up for myself the way that somebody else can. I'm also really cognizant of the fact that I can't necessarily see myself the way another can. And so I feel very blessed to have a very dear friend who is an herbalist who can help take care of me. Her name is Alana Sobo. She's wonderful. And she's in Burlington, Vermont. And every time I'm sick, that is who I call. And when she's sick, she calls me. And we also lean on each other when we're helping our clients or when we're helping our students. And so it's really important to have peers as an herbalist, to have folks that you really trust and that you know have your best interest and that you can go to for health advice. Okay. What is one thing you do daily in your practice and in your craft? So one thing that I do daily is I always give thanks every day. I give thanks, whether it's for the cardinal that showed up in the morning or for the morning sun or for the beautiful water or for the rain that fell. I'm always in a place of gratitude and doing my best to give thanks. So I think that's probably my number one thing I do every day. And then I also work with plants every single day in some form, herbal medicine specifically. So I may not have the same regimen every day. I definitely don't. My regimen changes quite a bit, but every day I will drink a cup of tea. And if I miss a day where I'm not drinking tea, I will take a tincture or a flower essence. I always have aromatherapy on hand to work with, or I have plants in my house or around me. So I try to make sure, and at this point I don't even really have to because it's so second nature, that I'm always ingesting, smelling, looking at, and learning about the plants in a deeper level. So it's very easy to strengthen your craft and your practice by just practicing it and experimenting with new things. And also recognizing that there is no point that we get to where we know everything about one plant. I think that's what excites me more than anything else, is that I will be working with a plant and it'll have an effect on my body that I've never noticed before. And then I get very excited, pardon me, when I start learning about these new things. So every day work with the plants in some way, even if you're just looking at photos of them in the middle of the winter, or like seed catalogs, just keeping these plants constantly in your life. You don't have to be on a strict regimen. You don't have to drink tea 3 times a day, but make sure that you are ingesting the plants, whether it is a tea form, tincture form, flower essences, using aromatherapy. We don't ingest essential oils, but we can use aromatherapy to treat our olfactory system to the splendid experience, and just surround yourself with it. That's what I do. My whole life is filled with plants and plant medicine, and every day my practice gets a little bit stronger because of that. And don't be hard on yourself if you fall out of practice for a little while, because we're human and that happens. If you fall out of practice for a little while, that's just fine. Just return to it when you can. Next question is, what does the herbalism industry need most right now to evolve positively besides more herbalists? So what does the herbalism industry need most right now to evolve positively besides more herbalists? Well, we got the more herbalist things down. It's very exciting. I started studying herbal medicine in the late 90s, and it was a very strange time indeed to become an herbalist, and now we have so many out there. So I think that's fantastic. It's very exciting. I've trained thousands of herbalists myself, and there's so many of us out there. So what do we need more of? In my opinion, we need more love. We need more love for each other. We need more love for ourselves. We need more love for the plight of the world. We just need more love. We always need more love. Like, there's never going to be a time where more love is a negative thing. So just more love, peace, and understanding for each other. I also think that we need more trust. Trust in the process, trust in what we're doing, trust in what our ancestors did, trust that, in my opinion, herbalism doesn't fit in a Western medical model, and that's okay. Herbalism gets to be an art, a science, and a spiritual practice, and it doesn't have to fit a mold that isn't working. That mold isn't working for a reason, so we have to trust that our way and the way that we've learned and that resides inside of our DNA and has been in all of our bloodlines from the very beginning is a wonderful way. So just trusting in herbalism, trusting in who we are, trusting in our knowledge, not speaking about things that we don't know about, being able to say, I don't know the answer to that question, but let me help you. Trying to rewrite the script a little bit, that an herbalist doesn't have to know everything. I mean, that's impossible. You would have to live hundreds of lifetimes in order to know everything about herbal medicine. So trust in what you know, trust in how the plants show up for us, and trust in the experience of being an herbalist, and that it is a valid career, and that it is a valid way to make money, and that it is a deserving way to make money and to make a living, and that we are doing the world a great service by bringing back herbalism to its rightful place here in the Western world. And then the last thing I would say about what we need more is patience, because it is a big thing, and it's to revive a medicine, like sacred, true medicine way that has been around since the beginning of time, but was virtually annihilated, at least here in the United States. And it's only been a few decades of us trying to bring herbalism back into mainstream. Now, of course, there are plenty of people that held that space, indigenous people, folks that within their family lineage and bloodline held down that space of the herbalist. But as far as mainstream goes, this is a newer phenomenon. It's like the rebirth of something we've always known, and it's going to look different than it did around the turn of the century. So to be patient with what that looks like and how we get to all be unique and show up differently, and trust that the person that needs your help will find you, and the person who you need, you will find them. And yeah, just be like the plants, resilient, patient, giving, selfless, and we're going to be all right. Okay, final question. What advice do you wish you had as an herbal student? This advice is something that I was given just recently, and I do wish that I had it as an herbal student 25 years ago. So about a year ago, I started making jewelry and learning how to be a silversmith and working with silver and setting stones. And I have a really amazing teacher here in North Carolina. And she was giving a class on creativity and talking about what it is to be an artist. And she said that the artist's way, she shared with me, which I didn't know, the artist's way is that it doesn't really matter what type of reaction you get from somebody by what you create, whether it's good or bad. All that matters is that they felt something. So she was speaking about jewelry. I could make this ring. There could be people that love it. There could be people that hate it. There could be people that aren't sure how they feel about it. But the fact that they feel anything, I did my job as an artist. And I thought so much about this in terms of herbalism, because there are a lot of times on the herbal path where you're called to do your own thing, and maybe it's a little bit different than other people, or the way other folks are doing it, or the way you've been taught. And you might be nervous about if people are going to love what you have to offer or hate what you have to offer. If you can adopt the philosophy of the artist's way of just knowing, as long as you evoked a reaction, you've done your job, it takes so much of the pressure off. Not everybody is going to love your particular style. Not everybody loves my particular style, but the folks that do will gravitate towards you. And so I think this is such a beautiful way to look at things. Like, even if someone's like, oh, I really don't like the way they teach, or that product that they made, I really don't like that. It's like, okay, cool. Like, definitely evoked something in you though. It got your attention. It has you noticing. And if you don't like it, that's great. But guess what? There's a whole bunch of other people out there that are going to like it. Not only are they going to like it, but they're going to love it. So if you are new to herbalism or new to putting yourself out there, just know that it comes with a lot. It comes with a lot of love, and it comes with some negativity, especially in the modern day, especially with this call out culture that we're in and social media and having to perform. So who really cares what anybody thinks? The only thing that should matter is what you think, your integrity, your relationship with the plants, how you feel at the end of the day when you go to bed, and if your medicine is right for you and you are in right relationship with the plants. So that is my thought on advice that I would give to herbal students, is be you. Do you. Love what you're doing, and don't worry about what anyone else thinks, and stay in your integrity. All right, last but not least, I just want to thank you all for inviting me to share my experience. Super grateful to Mason and the HerbRally team for putting all this awesome content out there, and for working so diligent and so hard over the years to continue to support herbalists and herbalism in general. Again, I am Lupo from Twin Star Tribe, and I would love to have you join us in the classroom. We have in-person classrooms in New Milford, Connecticut. We have in-person classrooms in Asheville, North Carolina, and we also have a huge online platform with tons of classes. We also take folks out of the country 3 or 4 times a year to Central America and Europe to do sacred herbal healing journeys. We'd love to have you join us for that. And you can find us at twinstartribe.com is our website. And you can also find us on all of the platforms, or many of the platforms. Our handle is Twin Star Tribe. We'd love to connect with you, hear more about you. And we're just super excited that there's so many folks doing this awesome work. So thank you so much for having me. It has been a pleasure. I'm grateful.
Wow, what a way to end the video. I just absolutely adore each and every one of these herbalists that made their submissions to the 10,000 subscriber 10 question for 10 herbalists video. Once again, thank you to Mimi, Brigitte, David, Asia, Chanchal, Thomas, Larken, Phyllis, Howie, and Lupo. Y'all brought so much. I've already, through the editing process, I listened to this video multiple times over, and there were just so many great insights and points, and I know y'all probably got a lot out of it. So if you did, again, I know I said this in the intro, but can you pretty please, with a cherry on top, leave a thumbs up for this video? It really helps us out a lot. And please do share this with a friend that you might think also get a lot of great value out of it as well. Other than that, if you don't already know, HerbRally is the herbalism events hub. So if you're looking for an herbalism event in your neck of the woods, as we like to say, you could go to herbrally.com/events. And we basically list all of the events that we find out about. I'm subscribed to a ton of newsletters, so I'm constantly finding out about new events, listing them there. We also sort by state. We also list virtual herbalism events. And if you'd like to find out about the online herbalism events, you could go to herbrally.com/virtual, and you'll find all sorts of online herbalism events. So yeah, just wanted to let you know about these various different resources that we offer. Otherwise, continue to enjoy the HerbRally YouTube channel. We'll continue to try to put out at least one video per day, or at least a few videos per week. And yeah, I think that's going to do it for me today. Once again, thanks to all the herbalists who contributed. Thanks to y'all for tuning in as always. Eventually in the future, we'll release these as individual videos, per herbalist, per topic, etc. But in the meantime, we wanted to put out this 5-hour video for y'all in celebration of 10,000 subscribers. Who knows what we'll do for 20,000 subscribers. I've got some ideas. I want to start getting into the whole live situation, but maybe we'll do some YouTube live for 20,000 hours or something like that. But in the meantime, really hope y'all have a great day. And there's probably a couple of videos right here that you could click on and watch. Who knows what I'm going to put up there yet. But please, yeah, continue to enjoy HerbRally. And that's going to do it for me today. I'll talk to you very, very soon. Ta-ta.